breaking news will be less breaking.
Hmm.
I see a
Okay, I
giant,
think we're live.
giant green background. All right, I'm dropping. Good luck, boys. I'll be in the background.
See you, buddy.
Well, Tom, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay. Hello and welcome to At the 55, your home for U Sports football. Me and Tom are back on the mics for one of the most exciting evenings in all of U Sports and Canadian football. It is draft night. Welcome to our At the 55 Draft-a-Palooza. We're going to be with you from round one, pick one, all the way to the bitter end. We have some amazing guests lined up, and no doubt with our producer Dakota Vine working in the background, we'll get some extra special guests. It's going to be a great evening. It's going to be a great night to celebrate all things Canadian football, and we'll get to all that and so much more. But first, Tom, how the heck you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing so well, my man. I've been looking forward to this day for a little while, and I'm also really loving just this live sequence that we're starting to do in certain larger events. I mean, like we said before, technically everything's live because we never edit anything because we're just that good all the time. So I'm just excited for another big one, and especially with the CFL draft, finally getting a chance to really showcase and to promote our outstanding athletes at the U Sports level.
Most definitely. Of course, if you're tuning in via Instagram and you're wondering why we're perhaps a bit earlier, if you haven't caught the news, clearly, the Canadian part of the Canadian Football League is reigning supreme tonight as the draft is bumped up earlier than originally scheduled to make time for the Senators and Leafs duking it out at 7 p.m. So the draft's kicking off pretty short order. Tom, obviously the nature of a live event, it's going to be a lot of trying to keeping up with news as it comes our way. I got TSN streaming right here, your beautiful face over here, the draft tracker here, and obviously we're just going to have to roll with the punches as we get going. What are some of the things you're most excited for going into this year's draft?
With the CFL draft is always really interesting to me because there's so much that goes on with the NFL and with people getting opportunities down there. And I'm just really interested to see how CFL teams will react to some kind of news. I mean, we've got some outstanding news on a lot of our athletes, and I'm sure we can go into it in a little bit here. But somebody like an Eric Cumberbatch, your guy from Ottawa, has an opportunity to go down to rookie camp in New Orleans for the New Orleans Saints. And now, as the CFL GM, how much are you grading his capabilities to get there? Because if you don't really think that it's a big possibility and you have a need for a DB, then you might draft him really high. But if you think that there's a good chance that he might go, then you're going to try to save him and maybe draft him, mid to late rounds, but then you risk somebody else potentially picking him up if he doesn't stick. But if he does stick, then you waste a draft pick. So there's a huge back and forth here with the CFL GMs. Then they really have to manage how well or they think certain U Sports players in particular will stick. I mean, we've got Taylor Elgersma, Devin Veresuk, Darian Newell, amongst other players that are all going down for rookie camp invites. And so I'm really interested to see how high will some of them go, because obviously with that in mind, it's not necessarily, oh, I'm going to take the best player off the board. It's who's the best player who I know is going to be available for my training camp.
Absolutely. And all the while, like any draft, you're having to play in the factor of our teams drafting based of need. Are they drafting best based on best available? And obviously, with the teams we have, if you're unfamiliar with the way the first round is breaking up, the Calgary Stampeders are selecting first overall, followed by your Hamilton Ticats in second, the Ottawa Red Blacks in third. The Rough Riders are drafting fourth, Montreal five, Winnipeg six. The Toronto Argos are in seven, Calgary with an additional pick in the eighth slot, Tom. And we went through a bit of the history looking at some of the recent drafts, taking a look at how guys were drafted in the, 2 to 3 drafts previously. Sometimes it does play out where it feels like teams draft a little bit more. Maybe it's just a coincidence in terms of regionality. As we were going through those numbers, looking through those previous drafts, you see a lot of Ottawas to Ottawa. You see a lot of those guys out of Can West sticking for Sask or Winnipeg or BC. What are some of the things that you're thinking about, perhaps especially with your club and the Ticats, or just any of these teams CFL wise, when you're looking at the guys available? And if you're not tuned in right now, the TSN coverage is starting as well. If you're trying to split your attention, though, your attention should be right here because we'll bring everything you need. Tom, what are some of your thoughts as far as the teams picking tonight?
Well, it's really interesting because there's a lot of obviously teams have a huge variety of needs as they're going into things here. I'm really interested to see where are they going to start judging people as do you need somebody who is an outstanding quarterback because you've got potentially for a couple here, one in obviously Curtis Rourke and another in Taylor Elgersma. Do you want somebody that's going to be able to contribute to your defense and especially to special teams immediately here? So Jackson Finley stock may rise in that setting here. And how much real emphasis do you put on the CFL Combine versus what you actually saw in games? And regardless of what you see from that standpoint, a guy that I really think should be highly touted is one Ethan Jordan. Obviously, he goes off. He has 1,000 yards receiving for the first time in Laurier history with the unbelievable receivers that are at that university. I can't believe that that's still a stat here. But you look at him and you go, oh, well, he's a little small here. He might be a little lighter. And then you see not only does he have the game film, but then he's also got an outstanding CFL combine. So how much stock do you put into we have a need here versus, oh my God, this is an outstanding talent. We need to have him on the team.
And as you mentioned, and I think because we're going to be talking about him in short order, I would think, but a guy we've been really bullish on, you mentioned him already in Jackson Finley, as that type of guy where not only can he fit a need, but he can fit best available. He can fit right away on your special teams. He can fit as a starting guy into those defenses across the board. You know, we've talked about him ad nauseum. No doubt we're bringing a few additional viewers from across all of Canada tuning in tonight, just the nature of the CFL draft. Talk a little bit about this young man out of the Western Mustangs program, hailing from the West Coast, as athletic as they come, as smart as they come. He's in is it pre-med? He's like the dream student athlete that you'd want to have. And again, as the coverage is getting rolling, I don't think we'll be waiting at least multiple rounds, multiple picks perhaps, but likely a guy that's perhaps getting snagged up in this first round in Jackson Finley from Western.
I mean, yeah, when you look at a kid like Jackson Finley and you hear all the people and what they have to say about a guy like him, my gosh, it's nothing but gushing and gushing and gushing, not only just as a player, but as the athlete in general. Every single player from Western was like, yeah, there's no chance we have him back next year. He's absolutely going to stick and somebody's going to see his potential there and immediately want to go to him. And so what I'm really interested in with this young man is not just the defensive side of things, but on the special team side. I mean, we saw the one clip that seemed to be across every single piece of social media where Jackson Finley's beautiful dump tackle on an Ottawa return man in the first week of the season. And that was everywhere. I actually had a chance to sit down and I was doing a little bit of research here. I watched Jackson Finley's highlight tape that he put out in preparation for this. And the first picture is him in the middle of that dump tackle, of course, followed up by, I think I was counting at least halfway through, I saw anywhere from 8 to 10 different highlights specifically against the Queens Gales. So if that's not a Western Mustang really sending a message there in his highlight tape as well, I just found that really hilarious going into everything. But you have a guy who's cerebral in that sense. He's literally studying to be a doctor. You have a guy who's an outstanding teammate and a leader on a Western Mustang team that's one of the best in the country every single year. And then he's a hell of a football player on top of all of that. So a guy like Jackson Finley, I'm just imagining will go very quickly here, potentially, like you said, in the first round.
And just stay on the defensive side of the ball, because obviously we have a couple other guys, OUA specific, obviously across U Sports. There's a lot of guys, if you were following those combines, that are projected to be able to get picked up in this draft. But another guy that's getting a lot of the attention on both sides of the border, thinking of D tackle in Darian Newell coming out of the Queens Golden Gales program, and a team in Queens that has been just so efficient over the years. And we'll go through the numbers as we try to fill some of the time as we're in between picks, putting out linemen on both sides of the ball. And Darian Newell is perhaps as good a prospect as they have put out in recent years in that Coach Beckmanis defense, controlling the middle with his partner in crime, Silas Hubert, who's also going to be a name we're expecting to hear on this night. Some other great talent, Van Wishart, as part of that core defense that we've been seeing. But Darian Newell is the one who's getting the most allure. Obviously, there's a bit of that classic, the big guys as far as Canadian talent when you're trying to fill those reserve spots. A lot of times they are going to some of our big guys. Darian Newell's a special talent. We saw it for his time with Queens. What's some of the buzz about him going into this draft?
Yeah, you said it perfectly there. I think in the majority of drafts, certainly in the last 5 to 10 years here, the first round has been really dominated by Canadian linemen in particular here. Well, when I say Canadian linemen, I mean linemen specifically who played in Canada in U Sports level, because everybody's Canadian in this draft, or at least honorary Canadian. Anyways, Darian Newell in particular here, he has been an outstanding defensive lineman for all of the folks that are watching Queens Golden Gales football here for a number of years. You've seen the capabilities that he has, but they could not say enough great things about him at his combine debut. When he went to the CFL combine, he only had the first day and he had to leave for some personal reasons and some family reasons to go back home. So he missed the other 2 or 3 days, which is not only more opportunities to actually do one-on-ones and things of that nature, but it's also interviews with coaches and GMs and all of that. And despite all of that, they cannot stop gushing about how great and how impressive this young man was. It seemed like nobody could block him every time he went up on that defensive one-on-ones against that O-line class. He's got great size, strength, and speed in particular. And I think that immediately when you look at him, you say, you know what? I think he has the athletic ability and the stamina to also play on special teams and to be a real contributor there. Even something on like a punt return where all he's really asked is just to walk up a guy directly in front of you. And with a dude like that who could move like that, I think that's not an issue for him at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if Darian Newell goes off the board relatively quickly here as well. And sorry, Golden Gales fans, there's a very strong chance you do not get him back next year.
And they'll fill that gap as they seemingly have with the guys they've been pumping out year in, year out. And, you mentioning him as being so highly touted amongst the D line that were there, that's high praise because really it seemed like coming out of those combines, the defense in general was quite talented. A lot of people were talking about the defensive backs in this draft. You already talked about my guy and Eric Cumberbatch and getting his looks in the NFL with the New Orleans Saints and a whole host of other guys that will go through. Sticking on that D line, though, mention the name of Silas Hubert, who had a really nice career with the Golden Gales. I could see that being a slightly more possibility of him going back for another year. But also thinking about the names of guys like Chisholm Incident, Jeremiah Ojo out of Montreal, Max von Muhldorfer out of Western, Claudio Musin, who's an interesting example of a guy where because of the time he spent with Windsor, despite hailing from, I think, Maine, I'm forgetting exactly where he comes from originally, does gain that national status to be able to be a name called in this draft tonight, perhaps. As far as that defensive lineman go, those defensive linemen go, sticking with that side of the ball, who are some of the other names that, again, when we talk about Newell being one of the best, it makes it such high praise?
I mean, like you mentioned, there was a number of guys who were there. Jeremiah Ojo, I think, was another guy who's really highly touted and people were really looking for with this one. Another guy who really impressed was Max von Muhldorfer. I mean, Max has a outstanding opportunity here to increase his draft stock at the CFL Combine, and that's exactly what he does. We talked about it a little bit previously, but a 290-pound nose tackle, there's a lot of doubts going into that, obviously, for obvious reasons, because of the size of a lot of these dudes that you're going up against. But, I mean, there's a lot of dudes who are here where you get a guy like a Max von Muhldorfer, you get a guy like a Jeremiah Ojo, and then a Darian Newell, and Silas Hubert, and all of these other dudes that are on the defensive line level, and you think everybody here is at the top of their game and somebody that we're actively looking at every time they play a U Sports game. And then immediately, what happens? Darian Newell in the first day impresses everybody, cannot be blocked. And I think that's really what puts him aside from everybody else here and really gives that eye-opening moment. Not to say that anybody else wasn't doing their great thing on the D-line, but just Darian Newell separated himself immediately.
And Calgary is currently on the clock, looking back at their draft last year in the fourth round, picking up a Canadian D lineman in JJ Messier out of York, and a guy who, again, was, and this is kind of the classic line that we've been saying about York for years, and obviously that program's on a much brighter, trajectory right now. But, despite the record, they were always putting out talent. Messier, no less than anyone else they'd put out there. But another guy who really had his ability highlighted in that combine, the just putting whoever that poor left tackle was in the blender that made its way around social media to really impact his draft stock. The pick will be in shortly. Obviously, on the defensive side, they've spent their picks on D lineman guys we've seen obviously with the Philpott, Jalen Philpott sticking around there after spending his time out in the Can West as well. Tom, just when we talk about the different conferences with the AUS, OUA, RSCQ, Can West, there seems to be a pretty strong contingency of guys, typically OUA and Can West specifically. When we talk so often about the nature of the way that teams in U Sports play their games, do you think there's anything stylistically about one conference or another that might lend itself to the types of players that get picked up by certain pro teams based on the way that the conferences play? We often talk about the more pro style offenses out in Can West, the more run the ball mentality in RSCQ and in the OUA, maybe producing linemen. When you look through these drafts historically, do you think there's anything to that? Do you think the geographical regionality plays into these factors as well?
I think certainly the style of play will help a guy's case in the CFL draft easily here. I mean, we were going through a little bit of a deep dive into a lot of this stuff here, and there was a number, I think for the past couple of years, the highest number of players selected from a particular conference has been the Can West because of that exact pro style, style, well, plays and offense and defense that they do. And I think that lends itself into a huge way from that standpoint. I mean, obviously, you look at the Western Mustangs. Greg Marshall has had time within the CFL. He's a legend in the game. So, of course, they're really going to respect his opinion when it comes to some of his guys here. And I think when it comes to the RSEQ, the best thing that you have the opportunity to do, even against, a team like McGill, Concordia, Sherbrooke, or all of these other teams that may not do all that well as a team, you can look at individual games and highlights and say, how well did you play against Laval or against Montreal, against the best of the best here? And if you have players that stick out against that and you go, well, Montreal and Laval, flip a coin and chances are one of those guys are going to be in the Vanier Cup every year. If you can really showcase what you're able to do from that standpoint, I think that helps out a lot. So to go across, the Can West has that pro style that we just mentioned. I think the OUA and the RSEQ are similar in that they've got monsters who are at the top of those conferences year in and year out, and how well you do against those can really help your stock from that standpoint. And then lastly, with the AUS, once again, that entire conference is kind of looked at as you have a lot to prove, let's say. And so you really need to be an outstanding player and to shock a lot of people with your play out there in particular. And then in that setting, I think first and foremost, it's the most important to have a really strong CFL combine representation as well.
And Tom, certainly I want to continue on that conversation of the representation at the U Sport level, but we're getting the pick in right now. And there's the pick, ladies and gentlemen. Damian Alford, wide receiver out of Utah, off the board. Tom, obviously, tonight is going to be filled with guys that spent their time playing in the NCAA. I'll give you first bite at the apple here. Obviously, our prep is mostly focused on the U Sports guys. Calgary going with another star wide receiver here. What do you make of it?
Well, it's once again really interesting. We were just talking about the different conferences and plays in that nature. I think a number of these guys that you're going to see out of who are playing in the US or are going to be coming up into the CFL are from the Quebec region, and specifically because of CEGEP and the insane rules that those guys play with. For those of you who don't know, CEGEP is that in between high school and university for our French Canadian folks who are out there. And in CEGEP, you play on a Canadian field, but you play 4-down football. So you kind of get a bit of both. So in that setting, you have experience on a Canadian field so that you can make the jump into U Sports, but you also have experience in a 4-down system, and then you can make the jump into the American play as well. So it's not surprising to me that this young man from the Quebec region going into there and having the success that he did at Utah, especially a guy like Damian Alford. I mean, I've seen a little bit of his play. He's an outstanding receiver and easily it was very highly touted and very highly thought of that he was going to be the number one guy going. And I think that's exactly what happened.
I mean, at 6'4", 224 and running, 4'4" on the 40, that's a hard thing to be able to just pass up on. Obviously, we've been able to see wide receivers across the board getting taken in this draft. Last year we had a guy in Kevin Mittal out of the Laval program. So again, thinking about RCQ guys, the benefit, as you mentioned, about getting that CJEP time, get picked fifth overall by Toronto, and most importantly, being able to have such an impact right away. Thinking about, as we mentioned, not just Jalen Philpott getting selected by Calgary, but then as well having his brother and Tyson get picked up in the first round 2 years ago by Montreal and scoring a touchdown in the first in the Grey Cup in his first season. So obviously seeing a guy like this go into Calgary, it's a major again, it's not something that is just taken for granted as a development. These guys are often having impacts right away. And I know you're excited because your Ticats are on the board right now. But again, just for folks maybe new to the CFL draft, the impact, this isn't something where you sometimes see, okay, maybe a couple of years. This guy can make a splash and make a splash pretty quickly.
Absolutely. But the reason I'm so excited is because we have our first very special guest here. You talk about outstanding Canadian wide receivers here. And of course, we have to bring on the man himself. Avante McCoy joins us in this CFL prospect here. Avante, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Better now. Better now. Avante, just off the jump, we've been following how this process has been going for all of your fellow athletes getting ready for this day and this moment. What's this process been like? Take us through the last 5-6 months for yourself.
Well, it's been a lot of training for starters. Like, been training with ECP, Elite Combine Prep, with Coach Joey Namath and Coach Sam, Coach at Laurier now. But that was the training process with them. It was amazing. That's like all of that. Like, I've never had training like that before, and that truly helped me prepare for the combine and everything. Like, once I got to the combine, I was nervous, going through it, but I feel like I was mentally prepared and physically prepared, and as you guys seen, I killed it.
Yeah, you absolutely did. We had a lot of people who were telling us about how excited they were specifically for you in your combine prep and what you showcased here. And I'm interested in your York University experiences here. Obviously, you've dealt with a lot of different changing pieces here with different coordinators, different coaches, different quarterbacks throwing you the ball. How do you prepare yourself going into a situation like that to prepare for a brand new season with potentially a new play caller, a new guy throwing you the ball that's actually going to help you going into the CFL draft where you've got a brand new system and a brand new quarterback? And what are some of the things that you've done in previous that has helped you that you think is going to lead you into success in the CFL?
I think for starters is like in the off season, getting to work with that quarterback and to get a understanding of the system that you're in. Like, for the past few weeks, I've been working with Keegan, so he just transferred over to York. Been working with him, been working with Tommy, been reviewing through the offense, different and playing in different spots, seeing find ways to get the ball, and just building a connection with the quarterbacks. I feel like that's something that has greatly helped me with this process as well.
Avante, when I get to work with young football players and you ask, well, what position do you play? My favorite answer is football player, right? I play football. And obviously you have gone through some of these meetings, talking with the scouts, the GMs, and you can literally say that unlike so many of your colleagues entering the draft tonight, that you still maintain that position of football player, not just because of your proclivity as a receiver, a running back. You've gotten reps on the defensive side of the ball, securing yourself even a pick in your career at York. How does that experience factored into your prep for the draft? Has it come into any of your conversations with scouts, GMs, just about the versatility you bring and where you could end up supporting a CFL team?
Yeah, I did. Like, I've had a few teams ask me about DB as well. Like, it has helped me greatly understand playing both ways. You understand both sides of the ball. Especially as a receiver, you already understand how different offenses, how some routes are, or a receiver's tendency. So that's something that did help me out. And then same thing when I was playing receiver, because I'll understand how a DB is playing. That definitely helped me out as well. And then with the running back situation, I've been playing running back since I was a kid, and the ability to go into the backfield as a receiver, find a way to get the ball in your hands, it's definitely helped me out a lot.
Now, I'm interested, obviously, when you're going into this as somebody who is just an outstanding football player, like you obviously are. Zac and I have had the absolute pleasure of being able to watch you ball out and do your thing for a number of years now. Going into this CFL combine and going into the experience, is there anything that stuck out to you as like, oh, I didn't expect something like this to happen here? Were you in some of those meetings with coaches and you had an experience that you just weren't prepared for? Not even you weren't prepared for, but you just didn't expect it as it come in? And how were you dealing with something like that on the fly?
Honestly, it's kind of similar to like when you're playing a game. It's like sometimes like you're not gonna expect something to happen, but you just gotta go do it. Like for example, like the combine, like when we were there was a lot of standing around and like a whole lot of like nothing just going on. So you just gotta keep yourself moving, you gotta keep yourself motivated and just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And Avante, just as we're live here, the Hamilton Tiger Cats are taking Devin Veresuk out of the Windsor Lancers program. No doubt someone that you've had to compete against in the linebacking core. Maybe we can get your take on him as well. I wanted, though, throw your way just again about the nature of this process, the kind of the ups and downs, the novelty of it, but getting to go to that invitational combine with Brandon Davies Lions, who you've been playing for I guess pretty well most of your career at York. CJ Vincent, who had come into the program, wasn't, I guess, I don't know, maybe the nature of your relationship with him being a bit newer, but knowing that someone in Davies Lions, who also got to block for you a little bit, obviously, and having someone to go through this process with you, and how did that help you just deal with those ups and downs?
We definitely kept each other motivated. That was for sure. Me and BD were training with the same group of guys. We kept each other motivated. We'd always message each other, always give each other some tips. He helped me out with some nutrition plans as well. Like I gotta give him a little shout out to that, a little shout out for that. But yeah, we definitely kept each other motivated. Uh, and yeah, me and CJ, he's a well kept secret in the OUA. I'll say that. That's something Coach Janky said. He's definitely a well kept secret.
Oh, I love that so much. I love the idea of a lineman giving a skill player some advice on the diet too. I love that. Last question that I've got for you, Avante, with all of the capabilities that you've been able to have, like I said, you have the ability to play DB, running back, wide receiver, pretty much anything across the board here. Do you have a preference in mind when you're going into this process of this is where I'd like to play, or are you just give me the opportunity and I'll show you how good of a player I am?
No, honestly, just let me be a ball player.
Yeah.
Just let me be a ball player.
Well, Avante, I can't top that because, again, that's just such a great message for everyone out there. Avante, thank you so much for joining us here on the draft. Obviously, a huge night for you. I just got actually the last thing is, do you have a new photo for Coach Stath to post next to your athlete of the year at Richview CI when your name gets called or when you make the jump?
I'm gonna send him one. I definitely gotta send him a new one.
Avante McCoy, utility, everything man of the York Lions. Looking forward to seeing you at the next level, brother. Best of luck tonight and moving forward.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Take care. Oh man, that was so damn cool.
That was amazing. Once again, that was Avante McCoy of the York Lions on his special night, looking to see where his name will end up, whether in the draft, whether after the fact. We know this is a guy that has the talent to make his way into the next level. As though we were mentioning in the course of that conversation, another selection off the board, and we're back in U Sports, and we're back in the OUA, baby. Tom, take us through this pick for your Hamilton Tiger Cats. You must be jacked
I am
up.
so damn excited. We got Devin Veresuk, baby. Let's go. This is a guy who very easily and very quickly stepped up into being an outstanding player for the Windsor Lancers and a leader first and foremost here. I mean, when you look at the production that this man has had throughout his entire time, 160 total tackles while he was at the University of Windsor, 106 of those being solo tackles as well, 14 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, an interception, 5 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles. I mean, this guy was a dude who was just all over the field at any given point and was, when we finished the 2023 season, we saw obviously the first real instance of, wow, this guy looks really, really good. But then you see, oh, Maseo Christmas is now gone from that lineup here. How is that going to affect? What happens? Veresuk moves into the middle as that Mac linebacker and takes over as if nothing had happened. And not just that, but you also have to account for the fact that they lose a guy like move the heck out of my way, Gelly, who's known for chomping down double teams. And not to say that the guys in front of Devin weren't that, but they weren't as dominant as Mufta was, and he was still able to get off of blocks, to come downhill, to tackle, and to be an outstanding player. So, man, I apologize if I got too loud on the stream there, my guy, but I am so damn excited, not just for Devin Veresuk because he's a great young man, but selfishly for my Ticats that we got a baller.
No, 100%. And it's a great pick. And as you mentioned, like part of a defense that was so strong. And it's great to see that the coaches, and I want to throw it back to you because talking about the pro day that he had, which is probably where his stock really rose, where, talking about a Windsor program that, ended the 401. Maybe the proximity to the U.S. does actually help in this context a little bit, perhaps, but where sometimes it can get overshadowed by some of the more central Southwest Ontario programs. And as part of that defense, you sometimes chalk it up to, well, there's three other guys that play or played on the defensive line in front of him. You mentioned Mufta, Liam Hoskins, Kaladia Moosin, whose names might get called tonight as well. Sometimes that gives you the easy out of saying, well, how much of a role did he really play? You mentioned Maseo Christmas's name, young guy, and Jason Rashatzi in that linebacking core, guy, and Ethan John in the secondary. Like, just such a stellar defense there. But again, when it became all the lights on this young man, Veresuk shone as bright as any prospect probably did to raise his draft stock.
I mean, you look at his combine that he did at the University of Buffalo with a number of other U Sports players down there. He's listed at 6'2", 240 pounds, 36-inch vertical, a 10-foot 4-inch broad jump. And remember, the fastest 40 time in the CFL combine was a 4.44. He ran a 4.47. To have a dude that big, that strong, who can move that damn fast, that's what really drew a lot of eyes towards him going, oh my gosh. Oh, and then by the way, his bench press, he put up 225 27 times. That's more than a lot of O&D linemen did. This is a dude who I think really has a legit chance at going down into the NFL. And whenever he goes into that, he's got a real chance to showcase himself and to really do his thing there. Obviously, Devin was invited down to the Indianapolis Colts for a rookie camp there. So we'll have to see how that really ends up and if he is able to stick. But especially when you look at his body of work at the University of Windsor, when you look at what he was able to do at the combine as well, eyes go wide and you go, this is a ball player who absolutely can play at the next level.
And we should definitely shout out Coach Donovan because of how stellar that defense has been. And you know what? In recent years, you look at how well they've been putting players out into the CFL. It's been mostly on the offensive side of the ball, looking at those big guys up front with George Una and Jackson Morgan. And then this year, it's kind of flipping of the script, as we mentioned, with those guys in Kaladi, in Hoskins. Hoskins, a guy who was invited to the national after being at the invitational, one of the few names that could get that selection. We'll see where he winds up tonight. But then staying with the offensive side of the ball, Joey Zorn as a running back, who I'm certain we'll talk about, but Ottawa's putting the pick in now. Keelan White out of Montana, wide receiver. So we're back to our NCAA brethren. I guess let's take a pause here. Tom, any notes you have about White going into this draft?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of what he was able to do in Montana. A great receiver, kind of a utility guy who was able to do a bunch of everything, at least from the small sample size that I saw from this young man. But I think a lot of his characteristics and traits obviously will relate into the pro level, which is why he got picked with a number 3 overall pick. Another interesting tidbit here as well, just going off of, once again, the regions. We already talked about Quebec and being that region that produces a lot of talent that goes down to the American side of things. Vancouver and BC in particular as another area for that. I mean, the University of British Columbia, and shout out Shamari Williams and Blake Nill, who do an outstanding job out there showcasing the talent, regularly get NFL scouts to come out to pro days that are at the University of British Columbia. So the NFL and American coaches in general have known about the talent that's out in BC for a long time now. I mean, you think about Simon Fraser, that obviously, whatever's happening to it now, but for a number of years was the only NCAA school that operated in Canada but played in the US. So there's a lot of talent and there's a lot of eyes that are naturally on BC just in general for the outstanding talent that you can see. I mean, it's no surprise why the Okanagan Sun in the CJFL are so damn good, along with, you know, all of the other CJFL teams that are based out of there.
Well, and certainly being in a Vanier Cup 2 years ago helps as far as that exposure, and also with guys the likes of Giovanni Manu and Theo Benedict as far as those stellar offensive linemen who I don't know if both of them are still south of the border or where their journeys ended up, but just that exposure. And so often I forget, there was an article I was reading, I think it was a three down nation article going into this, where they articulate it so simply, but I think it hits the nail on the head, where sometimes the difference between where a guy gets picked or not is the logo on the side of the helmet, right? And that's where these pro days become so effective. The same way we were talking about Devin Veresuk and the ability to, again, just put him in the spotlight and be able to see him play and just put away any bias that a coach, a scout might have about what school, small school, big school, they might have been at, Canadian versus American. And we were in the process in talking about with Devin Veresuk, just kind of finishing the story of the various Windsor Lancers that are possibly getting picked today. We talked about how Claudia Musin, his defensive brethren on the D line there, another American nationalized from his time there, but a guy that you've become so fond of. And this will perhaps open up the conversation to talk about some of the really special running back talent that we can see here. Obviously, like the quarterbacks, we haven't really fully dove into yet, though there's a lot on that to talk about. Defensively, there's still a ton to look at. Always great offensive linemen, but a great cast of running backs. And Joey Zorn, a guy who, again, through his time with Windsor, American-born, Flint, Michigan's own, able to, be tuning in tonight, hoping to hear his name called. The stats don't necessarily jump off the page because of the number of running backs that they had in that backfield for Windsor. But again, someone who, when you really look at it, look at the way he runs, the physicality, a guy who we certainly can expect to see at that next level.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, the style of running back that Joey Zorn is, I think, lends itself really well into the CFL, not just being a hard runner, not just having that capability to run a dude over or have the vision to make a guy miss in the hole as well, but he's got great pass blocking ability first and foremost. And his ability to catch the ball has also been something that's kind of slept on when it comes to him, and not something that people necessarily think about. But I mean, his career stats at his time in the University of Windsor, he's had 49 catches for 480 receiving yards out of the backfield and another 2 touchdowns. I think we really saw the capabilities of what Windsor was able to do in a lot of those settings where we saw, a Wegby Mumbo back there as the running back, and then you look out and, hey, that's a slot receiver, Joey Zorn, out there. And it's not just he's a token guy who's out there who maybe an additional blocker. He actually was running routes and he was a legit threat while he was out there. And once again, you get that dude in space against a halfback or a cornerback, I'm taking Joey Zorn 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10. So being able to utilize a dude like that, I think, really is what can showcase the capabilities. And just sticking on the running back basis here, I mean, you think about a guy like a Keanu Yazbak out of Western, who is bread and butter, built to be a feature back in a Western offense system that very easily could play in the CFL in that standpoint, also has the ability to get out of the backfield and make some catches. So I think having that capability, especially in the CFL first and foremost here, that's really what is going to take you over the top. Just being a one-trick pony and just a guy who can only run the football is not going to get you enough. And I think these guys have that capability to continue on.
And you add in the likes of a guy like Isaiah Knight, again, coming out of the UBC program, Braden Stubbs out of Manitoba. What a great year that they had playing in there, and Oshinubi out of Alberta, and how he lit it up at the combine. Some really impressive running backs in this mix. Tom, as we wait on the next pick coming out, you talk about players, whether we're talking about Zorn or Yazbek, kind of matching the mold of what we expect from a Canadian CFL running back. That is, the quarterback conversation is perhaps as pertinent this year as it's been are arguably in any memory I can have of. And where I want to sort of lead this question is, we're seeing the likes, obviously the big names when we think about Taylor, when we think about Curtis, when we think about the guys that were lighting it up at the combine, when you're looking at Tuchinski, whether we're looking at the guys out of Quebec with Arnaud Desjardins and Jonathan Senecal, even your guy Keegan Hall. There's one part of the thought here of, are we just in a super special pool of generational talent where we have arguably 6 names who can legitimately compete? And maybe I even forgot someone in that mix. I think I got the big names there who can compete for a roster spot and in a lot of cases a starting spot. How much of it too is the fact that we have a guy in Nathan Rourke and in Trey Ford who have been doing such incredible things with the programs that they've been doing to almost break the mold, to now kind of tear down a bit of that quarterback bias, that Canadian quarterback bias of recognizing that, again, take away the helmet on the logo on the side of the helmet, take away the nationality piece of it. We produce some of the best quarterbacks. How much of it weighs into, do you think, what guys like Trey and what Nathan have done? How much do you think weighs into the fact that maybe we just have stumbled upon such a supremely talented and deep pool of quarterbacks into this draft class?
No, I think a big portion, it's a bit of column A and a bit of column D, if I can say something like that to skirt around your question. But when you look at a generational talent like Nathan Rourke and like Trey Ford, of course, those guys are really what is going to drive a lot of this conversation here first and foremost. But I think one of the big aspects as well, that's another bump to this and something that we've noticed here in a little bit, is the idea of, hey, not only is this guy Trey Ford really damn good and has earned a chance to fight for a starting spot here, but you look around in Edmonton, all of those number 4 jerseys are all sold out because the guys, the fans, the Canadian fans love to see Canadian players succeed in the CFL, and especially at the quarterback position. So now you're looking at a guy, if he's got a real legit chance to play and to contribute to his teams automatically, and then, oh snap, we can also sell out and really make sure that we're making a lot of money here. I think that's an outstanding side.
And we're getting the 4th pick in right now, so let's hold that thought as Ali Saad gets picked up out of Bowling Green, the defensive lineman. Tom, what's your notes on Ali Saad?
I mean, he's a big dude, a 6'3", 280-pound defensive lineman out of Windsor, Ontario. A very hop, skip, and a jump away from the U.S. as well. To be honest with you, I haven't seen a whole bunch of film on this young man. I am very surprised, if I'm being honest, that we saw a Canadian playing in the States as a defensive lineman get picked before a guy like a Darian Newell or any of the other outstanding defensive linemen that we have had. And maybe that comes back to the part where, while yes, Darian Newell had an outstanding day, he only had one day, and maybe they wanted to see a little bit more. Maybe they wanted to talk to him or whatever else. But outstanding for Ali Saad there, and congratulations to him.
Most definitely. Well, and Tom, going back to the quarterback piece of it all, and again, we often look back to our own time and our own experiences at the U Sport level. You started your career off with perhaps one of the most prolific U Sport quarterbacks of many generations in Kyle Quinlan, obviously going through this same process back in 2011, I suppose, in your first year there. Whether it's about Quinlan, whether it's about any of your other teammates, what do you remember as a player? And correct me if I'm wrong, like whatever conversations maybe you were part of, or I apologize if I don't know if you went to an invitational combine yourself, Tom. What's your memory as the player, as a teammate of players, as part of that process? As again, it's such a change from, and Avante spoke to it. And again, thank you so much to Avante McCoy, Swiss Army knife of the York Lions, looking to get his name called here tonight, about how different the training process becomes leading into it, and the interviews and all these types of things that almost become so much different from just putting on a helmet and pads and playing football.
Yeah, well, so many outstanding things there. First and foremost, to start and to keep going on our quarterback conversation here, to really talk about, once again, you start talking about changing the narrative and changing whatever people thought necessarily about a Canadian quarterback in particular here. Kyle Quinlan, one of, if not the greatest U Sports quarterback Certainly deserves to be in that top 5, top 10 of all time. Gets finished in his 2012 career, finishes as the Heck Crichton. Obviously, we lose in the Vanier Cup to the Laval Rougeois in the rematch, but he goes out to to the Montreal Alouettes for a training camp, and he'd been having a lot of really great conversations with Mark Trestman when he was the guy out there. Trestman leaves in that same year to go down to the Bears. They bring in a new guy who I can't remember off the top of my head, and this new guy says, "No, there's no way that Canadian quarterback can really do this thing." Kyle walks into Montreal's training camp as number 15 in quarterbacks that they brought there. And Kyle's looking at this like, I've got 3 chances per day, 3 reps per day, essentially, to really showcase my stuff. I can see the writing on the walls. And he decides to retire from playing football and goes into coaching, had a prolific career while he was coaching as well. But my God, what a waste, what an unfortunate setting here to have one of the greatest of all time not be able to get a true opportunity here. And I think dudes like him, like what we're seeing right now with Rourke, with Trey Ford, even some of the other guys, like a guy like a Larry Justanis, who back in the day got drafted and was able to go out of the Acadia Axemen back in the 70s. But to finally get a chance for Canadian quarterbacks to really get out there and just give us a shot. You know, at the bare minimum, we confirm everything you thought about. Okay, Canadian quarterbacks aren't there yet. We're going to go with our American guy. On the best case scenario, you get a guy like a Rourke or a Trey Ford, and now you're selling out jerseys. You've got real excitement around your team and your program, and it's only positive. It's only benefits if you get a Canadian guy who's ready to play there. On top of all of that, now you've got one of the best quarterback classes that I can remember across the board here. Like you mentioned, we obviously have Curtis Rourke, who was down in the States, but even in Canada, Taylor Elgersma, you've got Keegan Hall, Jackson Tuchinski, Arnaud Desjardins, you've got Jonathan Senecal. I mean, the list of outstanding quarterbacks here is staggering. And now when you see guys who have such an outstanding capability here, and this is what we have here, as the TSN cast actually talks about quarterbacks because they're stealing our ideas, obviously tuning into us as we're going here. But you just talk about the Canadian quarterback and the growth that we've seen across the board in the development and the Canadian stage has been outstanding. That coupled with what has already happened and with this group here, we could see 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks from Canada get drafted.
And it's not uncommon, and we perhaps even just saw it recently in the NFL draft, where we're talking about humans making decisions, and a lot of the time the decisions one person or a group of people make are going to be based on the decisions others do too. So if a team decides to maybe even jump the gun and say, we really think that of this group, maybe they look at a guy in Arnaud and say, you know what, this guy's a champ, this guy's been at the best level, this is the guy we want. All of a sudden that might put the pressure on other teams, and all of a sudden they start picking. Or on the flip side, if teams aren't picking, maybe teams become wearisome of, do I want to be the first to take it, so on and so forth. Again, all the things that make drafts so fascinating, almost from a sociological aspect. And going back to Kyle Quinlan, as you mentioned, 2012 being his draft year, and just again the on a list of very few other names, if not him, as the best quarterback that we've seen at the U Sport level. Not long before that year, 2010, is when we start to see the CFL internship program really come off the ground. And you'll have to correct me on this. I don't know if Quinlan was a part of that program, but definitely seeing names who we then have had opportunities to see at the next level. You know, guys like Andrew Buckley in 14, Picton in 15, Hugo Richard in 15 and in 17, Chris Merchant, who was a Western, getting 2 shots there. Michael O'Connor, another UBC name, another champion at the U Sport level, another guy who I remember watching him throw that touchdown when he was at the Argos, and what a great moment that was. And of course, seeing Trey Ford, and then most recently of these guys, we're seeing how Jonathan Senecal spent time with the Alouettes, seeing how Taylor Elgersma, I think twice got a part of this program with Hamilton, and I think the Argos for one of them. Maybe they were both with Hamilton. Jackson Tuchinski, I'll pause the thought as we get a pick in. Okay, first O-lineman off the board here. Okay. Tom, again, we're going...
So outstanding. Congratulations to Tiger Shank's outstanding name. But we have a very special guest joining us here.
Let's go.
The newest member of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, an outstanding linebacker who is going to immediately influence the Ticats and has been one of the best linebackers in the country for a number of years now. Devin Veresuk joins the program. Devin, how are you, sir? Congratulations on the number 2 overall pick.
Thank you. I'm definitely excited, definitely pretty fired up about it. I'm pretty happy. So can't complain.
Devin, I'm sure your phone's been blowing up in the past half hour. Thank you so much for picking up our call on this one. I want to pass it along to Tom because he is not just a huge fan of yours, the program you play for, but a Ticats fan, born and bred. I got to say off the jump, we've been talking about some of your teammates coming out of Windsor who we're expecting to hear tonight as well, talking about Coach Donovan and just what a stellar defense you've been a part of for years there. You know, talk to us because sometimes Windsor being at the end of the 401 doesn't always get the shine that they all deserve with the blue collar and the gold swagger and everything of that nature. Just talk about that stellar defense that you've been able to just lead to such, top regards as one of the best defenses in youth sports.
I mean, really, it all starts with Coach Pat, man. It's without him, I don't think we'd be anywhere near we are. He just puts us in the proper positions. He knows his players, his opponents inside and out, and his players inside and out. And I don't think I've ever seen anybody work as hard as Coach Pat. And I truthfully can say, if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be here. I probably would have been done playing football, to be honest. So I give it all to him, man. If it wasn't for him, it'd be a whole different story.
Oh, well, now because of him, we've got an outstanding linebacker who not only gets picked 2nd overall, but has a legit chance to play in the NFL. You're going down to a rookie camp in Indianapolis. I'm just wondering if you could walk us through what your experience was like at the University of Buffalo with a bunch of other youth sports athletes. We went over some of your stats that you had here. I mean, you run a 4.47 40 with the fastest combine time at the CFL was a 4.44. You put up the bench 27 times. I mean, you have a monster day from start to finish. What was that process like going into that?
I mean, it was awesome. I mean, I kind of always known that I was gonna tear up a combine, just like from testing through East West and all that whatnot. But I've been training over in the States for the past couple months, and they dialed me in quite a bit, and I just able to peak at the right time, and on the right day, I was as fast as I could and as strong as I was. So I mean, it was awesome. It was a pretty surreal feeling finishing those drills, running that 40, then having the Baltimore Ravens in front of you, and then next thing you know, it's 4 other teams. It was great. It was an awesome experience.
Devin, we've had the opportunity to talk with a few folks from your neck of the woods, Essex region, about just whatever the heck it is in the water that pumps out such amazing football players. We're now so lucky to be on this call with you, one of the best of this generation. Just Essex region, Windsor football, again, probably not as highly discussed as some of the other regions, more central and southwest Ontario, but just what is it about that neck of the woods where y'all are hailing from? Is the proximity to Michigan right there? Like, what is it? 'Cause we could spend the whole night going through the names.
Yeah, it's something in the water, man. I mean, or it's just that Essex Ravens football team. You get coached tough, you get coached difficult. So you get some thick skin growing up in Windsor, I guess, playing football in Windsor, and you carry that grittiness all through university and whatnot. We've had some great football players, and I think truthfully, I think at least a couple of years surrounding my graduation year, we had some of the best football players in Ontario come out of Windsor. So definitely can't ignore Windsor for sure.
You certainly can, especially with you guys and what you've done to that program over the past couple of years here.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite recent games, I believe it was in 2023 against the Queens Gales, and your offense was really struggling here. And then you come out with a massive pick. You take that back to the crib, and the defense was really what won that game. I mean, Queens could do nothing, and you were constantly putting your offense in a great position to really capitalize and score. Walk us through what happened in that game, and especially your outstanding pick 6.
Yeah, the pick six was crazy. I remember dropping. I don't know if I was in the hole or if I was getting it too, but I remember dropping. I just see the ball floating right at me, and I was like, "There's no way! Like, I'm gonna grab this thing, snag it out of the air," and I just see open grass, and I'm like, "Nobody's touched me. I'm just taking off." And I had like an escort all the way to the end zone. It was awesome. I remember just running full speed. But yeah, that game was probably one of the most fun university games I had. I remember our offense was struggling. And we were just like, F it. Like, we got more opportunities to go make plays. Let's go fucking do it. Right. Right. Let's go win the game for us. That's how it is.
Oh
That's how it's got to be
man.
sometimes. So,
And just one follow up into that, and just sticking with your Windsor time there. Obviously, in 2023, you have one of the best defenses that I can remember seeing with all of the ballers. I mean, you go top to bottom with everybody you have there. And then 24 happens, and you not only lose a guy like Maseo Christmas, but you lose a guy like Mufta Agelli, who's keeping you boys clean at that second level.
yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
you've got some big
100%.
boys at the front that are doing a great job this year as well.
Yeah.
But you step up in particular here. You fill the shoes and then some of a Maseo Christmas, and you're really able to showcase. You not only have the speed and capabilities, obviously, to go out and to make a play like a pick six and take that back to the crib and outrun people, but meet dudes in the hole and to really just stick your nose into there. Talk about the differences that you specifically did when going from that 23 season into that 24 season.
Well, I switched to Mike. That was the main thing. And it was definitely a little bit of a learning curve at first, kind of understanding all the run concepts and whatnot. But I definitely think by the end of the year, it was clicking for me. And really, I mean, it fires me up coming downhill, fucking meeting somebody in the B gap and just smashing them, right? That's what I love. That's why I love football. That's why I do it. So once it started clicking, it was easy for me. It's just football at that point.
Oh man, well you're talking to two former offensive linemen, so you're bringing up a lot of memories here and a lot of headaches. Devin, last thing I just want to ask about is, sticking on the theme of some of the teammates that you've played with, we're thinking we might hear the name of your partners on the defensive side in Kaladi, in Liam Hoskins. Tom mentioned Mufta heck out of my way, Agelli, Joey Zorn on the offensive side might get called tonight. Just talk about that incredible crew that you've had the opportunity of being brothers with in the locker room with, and just the impact that they could make, that they made at the U Sport level, NCAA level for Mufta as well, and that they could undoubtedly make it the next level too.
I mean, they're all great guys. They were all like major building blocks of our like University of Windsor rebuild. I mean, it doesn't all just fall on one player, and those guys were major keystones. I remember having a photo of me and four guys. We're all playing in first year. It was me, Mufta, Demir Tagani. He was actually draft eligible. He just opted out of it. And then Liam Hoskins, and we were all in the field together. It's like just a bunch of 19-year-olds at that time in 2021. But next thing you know, it's 3 years later, and we're all hopefully going to hear names get called tonight. So, yeah, I mean, those guys are great. They're dogs. They're gritty. They're going to get after it. They work hard, man. So I'm excited for them. I'm fired up for them, and I just want to hear that their names get called too.
Well, I gotta ask here. Obviously, we're so excited. I'm so excited about you joining my Ticats and really what you're going to be able to do here. But I have to ask, you get picked second overall. What was the family reaction like? Were they going nuts?
Once my phone went ringing, I went nuts. I was like, what the? I thought like my agent was saying like first or second round, like maybe third if some bad things happen. But for second overall, man, I was blown away. I was astonished. I was excited. I mean, I was really praying on Hamilton to be the one calling me. I really wanted to go there. I like Ted, and I like Brent as well. So I was fired up, man. I was nervous for sure, but I'm fired up. I'm happy. I'm ready to rock. That's how it goes.
Devin, I'm realizing I can't let you go without asking about the head man, Coach Cercelli, the guy we call JP the Don Cercelli, because it's a family affair there with Windsor, and you don't go against the family. You talked about the turnaround, the guys on the field that played a part of it. Coach Donovan, what he's done with that defense. But Coach Cercelli, what has he done to sort of just bring in that intensity to the program?
Just instill the different kind of culture. It started off with my first year group. Like he told us like, you guys are going to be the main group to carry this squad throughout the next couple of years, and he put that on our shoulders, and we took it and ran with it. So it was just about the way that instilled the culture in us of working hard, and nothing was given, and you just got to take what you can get. You're never gonna have the ability to roll up the helmets and just win a football game, right? Every game's got to be taken and won. So I mean, it was all through him as well.
Oh my God, outstanding! And I guess leaning into that, a big part of, I'm sure, your own recruiting process here is that JP Cercelli and him going into
Mhm.
there and instilling that
Mhm.
process. Was
Mhm.
Windsor just on your docket because they're close to home and nice and close to you? You must have been an outstanding, well, you were a very
Mhm.
highly touted recruit. You had a lot of people coming up to talk to you. What was that thing that put you over the edge to go to the University of Windsor?
It was Coach John Paul Sarselli and it was
Mm.
Coach Pat. To completely honest, it was Pat. I mean, he won me over, man. He won me over. He took me out of a little Starbucks date. We were talking football, and I was in. I was in.
He
Oh,
is
that's
the
amazing.
He is the newest member of the Hamilton Tire Cats, a member of the Blue Collar Gold Swagger Windsor Lancers, prideful native of the Windsor, Essex area. Devin Veresuk, thank you so much for spending a
Yes,
little time
absolutely.
with us on this special night for you. All the best to you and yours moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. What an outstanding capability that was. What an outstanding opportunity it was to talk to the number 2 overall pick in the CFL.
Yeah, pretty darn cool. Such a linebacker, though. Oh, I love it. The attitude, it all rings. I mean, we had Tyrell Richard on the last time we did a CFL show, the first overall pick, and then, some magical powers just banned us from Instagram, I guess, because we were doing maybe too good a job of covering the league. So hopefully with the number 2 pick, no one's going to kick us off. But that was amazing. Thank you so much to Devin. I mean, again, just what an opportunity that he's taken advantage of, and just why this time of the year with the draft and the combines is so special for guys to be able to just sort of come out of not nowhere by any means, but just off the radar to just make such a big splash.
You get a guy who's like that, who has an opportunity to go down to the University of Windsor, and not only is a part of an outstanding team, but helps and is a very strong contributor to the resurgence of an entire program. And to think about what he's able to do and what his draft class or his entire recruiting class has done to that program and changed it around and put it back into the upper echelon, or at least fighting for that upper echelon of the OUA, one of, if not the most competitive conference in all of U sports. I think that's got to be a huge aspect to that as well.
Absolutely. And Tom, I'm just going to throw to you because there's been a few picks that have been happening since we've been going. My website is giving me a little bit of trouble in the draft tracker. You're nodding your head. I guess you're having a similar issue. To heck with it. We'll just have to pick it up when the next pick comes in. I think the Argos are on the clock. Who knows what the heck's going on? But, we've talked so much about that Windsor Essex region, that whole piece on winning your backyard. And because the proximity with London being the nearest football community, major football community with a U Sport program with Western, the years of Essex region guys either heading that way or, truth of the matter, a lot of them do end up going south of the border. Again, Luke Wilson. First of all, Luke, come on the show anytime. We'd love to have you. We want to have you. Please join us on to talk a little Canadian football. Kind of getting picked apart every which way, with Coach Cercelli coming in there, being able to recognize the impact of owning their backyard, the way that Western owns their backyard, with London being an incredible football community. It's obviously easier said than done, but so often part of just that building a culture is easiest when you can just have those guys. He mentioned growing up in the Essex Ravens football program, one of the better OSFL programs in the province. It just, again, owning your backyard is, again, the to me the most fundamental foundational step to being able to build something special.
Yeah, and especially when you've got, like you mentioned, a backyard like the Essex Ravens. I mean, you've got Glenn Mills, who's been running that program for a number of years, and the amount of players that are produced out of there. I mean, you get a guy like Keegan, offensive lineman out of Western. Help me out, Keegan.
Offensive lineman, start with this year.
Yeah,
Keegan O'Neill. Sorry.
Thank you. Keegan O'Neill, an Essex Raven guy. I
Yeah.
mean, you start thinking about Devin Veresuk. You start thinking about Kyle Quinlan was out of that Windsor region.
Jesus.
Like all of the outstanding capabilities and all the outstanding players that have come out of that just one region here. If you can own that and keep, even if it's like 60, 70, 80% in that range, keep them at home. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, I mean, you sit on that gold mine of a region. You've got Windsor in that Essex region, Western and London, Mac and Hamilton, the Ottawa teams in the Ottawa region. I mean, those are hotbeds for a specific region. If you can own that, man, sky's the limit. And I think that's exactly what the Cercellis have done.
Absolutely. Again, thank you to Devin Veresuk. Thank you to Avante McCoy joining us earlier on. We still have some other incredible guests that we are going to be making their way onto the show. Again, shout out to our producer on the night, Dakota Vine, for organizing all of the guests that we're having on. And thank you all for tuning in to our special At the 55 Draft of Palooza, celebrating everything Canadian football going on right now. Shout out to all the OSFL teams getting ready for the start of their seasons, and all the U Sport teams that have been wrapping up their spring camps, everything of that nature. Tom, here we are. We're sitting, we're waiting for the next couple picks to come in. We were talking, though, a bit ago about our own experiences. I was throwing it your way. We were talking about Kyle Quinlan. We were talking about the nature of how in recent years, with perhaps the influx of players going into that CFL internship program, it's perhaps helped the opportunities that we've been seeing guys go to. We'll go back to that point of conversation because we're getting a pick coming in right now, so hold that thought.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Let's go, baby. Come on. Jeremiah Ojo. Last year we get Tyson Hergott, and now we added Jeremiah Ojo. Are you kidding me, dude? We got Deontay Knight a couple years ago. Come on now. Like, I love the vision here. I love the vision. Oh, Tom, that's excellent.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell yeah. Jeremiah Ojo to your Toronto Argonauts. Hilarious that the TSN cast still calls it CIS football, though. Yeah, it is what it is. But I mean, you can't talk about the dominance of that University of Montreal defense without mentioning a guy like Jeremiah Ojo, and his ability to play almost any position on that defensive line is why he's been so dominant. Is why he's been such a disruption on every single team, or for that team, against everybody that's played against them. I mean, we saw what that defense did to the Western Mustangs a couple of years ago when they made the trip out to Montreal, and what they've consistently done against the Laval Rouge et Or. I mean, getting to Arnaud Desjardins pretty consistently when Laval produces top quality offensive linemen year after year, once again speaks to his ability here. And once again, you get a Canadian defensive lineman who can play 3-tech, who can play defensive end, and also specials because he's that damn fast and athletic. Man, your Argos look pretty damn good.
It's a great pick. And yeah, the athleticism is obviously what jumps off the page. And, you know, much like you highlighted talking with Veresuk, with this Montreal team, not that they were any slouches defensively last year, but the 2023 season prior, the Vanier Cup year, the Jonathan Senecal, Heck Crichton year, was really where that defense was so spectacular. And again, much like where for Devin to be able to still be such a clearly standout talent amongst the likes of all those guys we've been talking about, we're looking at a guy in Ojo playing next to, you know, a President's Trophy winner in Harold Misset, right? Having guys in the defensive backfield like Nicolas Roy, having a guy like Kalen Saint-Cyr as well in that. So just star-studded defense across the board, and then still being able to recognize like, oh, this kid 99 really jumps off the page. Again, the athleticism being something so spectacular. You were able to have a little one-on-one with the head man out of Montreal, going back to East-West. Yeah, East-West a year ago. So perhaps even better than myself, and you duked it out with Montreal at the highest level going back just over 10 years ago. I got to play them in an exhibition game and in a national semi, but talking about what this program's all about and really hanging their hat on that defensive line. We talk about, again, the sort of styles in the different conferences. You know, again, if you're not going to play hard-nosed beat 'em up defense, you're not going to win at the RCQ level.
Yeah. You look at a guy like their head coach in Montreal, in Coach Marco Iadeluca, and he is a former offensive coordinator. He's an offensive-minded guy. He still has a huge part of that offense as it continues to go on here, and yet he knows and he understands being in the RSEQ, if you want any hope to get out of that conference, you have to play outstanding defense. And that's why you see guys who are all-stars, all-Canadians at every single level in the Montreal defense and in the RCQ in general here. I mean, Jeremiah Ojo has been a stalwart, outstanding player for a number of years now. I had a chance to go in there and to see him live at the East-West Bowl. And speaking of outstanding Canadian defensive linemen, we have another special guest, somebody who is in a very similar opportunity here, who has played defensive line and has made a living being one of the best special teamers across the country from your Guelph Griffins. The man of the hour joins us. Zach, who do we have here with us?
Oh, we got our Guelph Griffin legend, Sask legend, AJ Allen joining us. Of course, Tom Halen from your region of Ontario and the Golden Horseshoe. AJ, what's up, my man? Good to see you.
Good to see you guys too, man. How y'all doing?
Excellent. Outstanding.
Oh,
Outstanding. Love to hear it.
Doing even better now that you joining us here, my man. It's so good to see you as a legend, not only of the Griffins, but a Sask legend, and just settling in there. What's it been like for you? We were just talking about outstanding Canadian defensive linemen who really do their thing, and now making that transition to being one of the stalwart players on that special teams core for the entirety of Saskatchewan. What was that transition like to you, and how were you able to really take advantage of that?
I mean, it's a Canadian league at the end of the day, especially on that unit, right? So just being myself and working hard and running to the football and understanding how things work. You got an opportunity, you run with it, man. That's what it is, right? You get an opportunity to run with it, run to the football and keep chasing greatness, man. That's what we're trying to do.
Oh my goodness, AJ, it's funny thinking that you're now quickly becoming an old head of the CFL, because I'm trying to go back to think of when we were, celebrating seeing your name called out on this draft, as we said, coming out of that Guelph program. And I have to just like seeing you on this pivot just to how has it been for you seeing the turnaround resurgence of our Guelph Griffins under Coach Soria? Obviously, you still have so many ties to that program. Seen you at a couple of the games. It's been such a difference in just the culture that's been brought in with Soria, even though he's been with that program. What's it been like just tuning in from afar and seeing what they've been doing?
It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. I always want that hold on.
The Calgary Stampeders select Christopher Fontaine.
Okay. Okay. No, it's been beautiful because obviously, again, it's my alma mater, right? And I take so much pride in going there and being a part of that and being a Wilding winner and all those other things, right? So it's always beautiful to see that and see success out of those guys and see us get back to where we're supposed to be at. And everybody that helps to bring us there, right? Like all the fans and all the people that go back to watch, and obviously Coach Soria, DC, Coach Clough, and all those guys, man. It's obvious. It's always so beautiful. It's also always beautiful to have bragging rights over some guys because Zach Fry talks a lot. He talks a lot, and it's beautiful to have bragging rights, especially because there's 3 Griffins in my locker room with Coach and Kian. So it's always beautiful. Got some Laurier Hawks out there too. They get worked. Excellent. No, it's beautiful, man. It's always great to see your alma mater win. And honestly, I watched every game I could. I just put it on my phone in my locker room and I'd watch it no matter what day it was. I watched them before a game. Like I love watching Griffin football. So it's beautiful watching us win. For sure.
And it has been so nice to see the Griffins get back into those winning ways, especially in this past year, getting back
100%.
When you look at everybody across that roster, you go, there is no way this team should be losing right now. This should be no, and they finally, in my opinion, are really embracing that and getting up to where they should be and getting back into form here, which has been great to see. Now, from yourself, obviously, you were an outstanding player for those Guelph Griffins and everything that you did. I had a chance to be a coach and have front row view to watch you kick some ass every day, week in, week out, especially against my offensive linemen.
Yes,
I'm looking at them like, yeah, you got to be a whole lot better if you want to block this young man. So making that transition, going from the U Sports and going into the CFL, what did you think was the biggest jump? Is it the strength? Is it the speed? Is it the play style? What was the biggest jump?
I think it's a play style, for sure, because I'm not gonna sit here and say I was weak or slow. I wasn't either of those things.
No,
I'm not
you
gonna
were not.
I'm also not gonna sit here and say I'm the fastest one out there, the strongest one out there. That's not the reality of it, right? It's the chess game that you gotta play at that next level of no matter how strong you are, probably in U Sports, you're facing offensive linemen now. Yeah, they're gonna be stronger. That's just the reality of it. I mean, I have some freaks on my team. I'm not gonna lie to you. They are strong as hell. Absolutely. Micah Johnson is a dog. Miles Brown, dog. We got some dogs on that team.
Mhm.
So I'm seeing the difference of strength and stuff like that. But I think the difference for me was the mindset and the play style of learning how to play chess when pass rushing, learning how to play chess when playing linebacker, learning how to fit into a defense, things like that of the mental aspect of football. Because that's the part that really gets you more success at this next level. Yes, keeping your body, being available, being strong, being fast, those are very important. But understanding where to be, understanding how to win, and really honing in on your craft. I think are definitely the next steps that I took and will continue to try and take as I continue to keep trying to be great and be the best AJ Allen I could be out there.
And as you mentioned, you're going up against some of the most beastly offensive linemen that anyone's going to have to deal with in Canada, really, and even CFL, NFL. When you get to look at the other side of the ball, think about the things that perhaps make the O lineman successful in that chess game beyond just the raw physicality. Going back to our alma mater here with Guelph, we have a skill guy in Vishon Genesis, whose name we're expecting to get called tonight. But then looking at two guys on the O line in Daniel Hosevar and Ethan Pyle as well, looking to hear their names get called up tonight. Coach Mike, obviously Coach McDonald and all the great
Yes,
things
sir.
that he's done helping them out. When you think about those two young men on the offensive line coming out of Guelph, what are some of the things that you've perhaps seen? You talk about your guy in Zach Fry out of Western there as well, but what helps guys on the O line be able to make that jump and maintain at that next level?
For sure. And this is something I work with those two guys with as well. Because obviously I go back to golf and train. But with those two guys specifically, I love one, they're smart. So they're not guys that just sit there and just keep setting and no matter what happens, just keep setting. They're smart. If something works or something's not working, they're able to think while the game's going on or while the practice or while the training session's going on and correct what's going on. And I think that's important. Some guys are one trick ponies, right? I'm only bull rush. I only vertical set. I only short set. Those guys can think. They're able to switch up what they do. And like I just said earlier, right? Football is a chess match. You got to be able to switch up what you do. You got to be able to play the game with it. So that's one thing I really like about those guys. They're able to learn on the fly. The second thing I love about those guys is I think a great key to being a great offensive lineman is patience in your set. Not necessarily getting too vertical right away, and having the patience to not fall for fakes and things like that. I think both of those guys are very patient in their sets, and the more confident they get as they play longer, the more patient they will be. Um, and with that patience will come confidence. With that confidence will come communication and so on and so forth. But I think with those I think those guys have those two things, and it's going to be exciting to see how they play in the CFL, and hopefully on my team. Because if not, they're gonna have to get worked as well.
I love it, man. Well, we talk about outstanding linemen in general here, and obviously your Rough Riders just picked a defensive lineman out of Bowling Green, Ali Sad. Have you seen anything? Have you heard anything about this young man? Are you excited to have him join the club?
I only saw what I saw on the clip and stuff like that. What they posted on TSN and things like that. So I don't know anything much about him. But congratulations to him. I'm excited to see him play. Um, and any defensive lineman drafted will be a fan of me because I play linebacker, and and the more he eats, the more I eat. So love it. Hoping to have a great strong relationship with everybody in that room, including him, and hope we can work together to chase that goal and chase that great cup for sure.
Mm-hmm.
AJ, we've been talking with players across U Sports going into this draft in the last couple of years about what the prep has been like for them, talking about some guys who have recently gone through that process. And you yourself, as I kind of teased, are a few years now past it, having now gone from the position of new face in the CFL to now being a spot, as you kind of mentioned, where you're in that mentorship, you're in that leadership position. What's a piece of advice that you'd either give to yourself from a few years back preparing for the draft or to a young kid calling you up, whether from our alma mater, Guelph, or anywhere across the board, and trying to ask, how's the best way to navigate this process that can be just such uncharted waters? What have you learned in that time having to reflect and process?
100%. I mean, there's such a short turnaround from when you're drafted to when you go to rookie camp. And because of that, there's not going to be much you're going to be able to get stronger on or anything like that. So the biggest thing I could give advice wise would be go to rookie camp ready to learn. Ready to learn. They're going to treat you like you know nothing because you don't. This is a whole different game in this league. But don't take that as an offense or anything like that. Don't bring your ego with you. All right. This is kind of the first real time a lot of people here are going to be top dogs at the university, but bottom dogs in this team.
Mhm.
So go there ready to learn. Go there ready to learn from coaches. Go there ready to learn from players. Don't be afraid to ask questions. And try your very best not to make mistakes twice. That's one piece of advice that I give you. Second piece of advice: don't do too much. There's a lot of guys that are like, oh, I'm in the league now. I'm going to train more. I'm going to do this more. I'm going to do that more. That's not necessary. It's actually not necessary. Keep doing exactly what you're doing because at the end of the day, rookie camp is a lot. Training camp is a lot. And I know you guys have heard this about availability is the best ability. So you go ahead and get yourself hurt by doing too much, or you're always in the tub, you're always in the training room. Actually, the tub's cool. Be in the tub. Take care of your body. But you're always in the training room and you're always hurt. It's not gonna look good. So don't worry about doing too much and I gotta do more because I'm here. Um, and that leads me to my third point of confidence. That's one thing I always say to anybody. You were drafted for a reason. You're brought here for a reason. Be yourself. Don't sit there and I said have the ability to learn. Don't go in there an absolute clean slate, but have the ability to learn, okay? Because what you did got you here,
Mhm.
right? What you did got you here. So be confident in yourself. If you're a pass rusher and your pass rush all great, don't go into camp and all of a sudden I only bull rush now. Right? You had moves that you used that you loved and that worked. Keep practicing them. Be you, be yourself, be confident in yourself. Do what got you here because that's what got you here. So those are my three steps to that's my three pieces of advice that I would give out to anybody.
Hey, those are outstanding pieces of advice for anybody listening, regardless of the position that they play here.
Mm.
So, um, something that I've always wanted to know, especially as a Canadian football fan in general, you start thinking about what are some of the coolest places to play in. And Saskatchewan and the Rough Riders in general. I mean, you guys have arguably one of, if not the greatest fan bases that are out there.
Mhm.
What's that like playing in front of the Saskatchewan faithful on a daily basis?
It is
Well,
unmatched. It
yeah.
is unmatched. It's absolutely beautiful to play out there. The fans are crazy. The fans are passionate. Um, I tell everybody go watch a game there. If you're ever going out, go watch a game there in that stadium because it is a completely different environment. Um, yeah, no, it's absolutely. It gives you so much energy in life. It gives you passion. It is. It's so incredible to play in front of those guys out there, man. And I try my very best not to take it for granted. Before every game, me and my teammate Jaden Dowkey, we just sit there, we have a moment, just trying to humble ourselves and like, man, this is beautiful. Like we actually get to do this for a living in front of all these people. They're all wearing green. They're all screaming our team name. Like this is insane. Like just take a moment and love where you're at right now because not a lot of people have this and a lot of people wish they had. So absolutely insane playing in front of that crowd.
AJ, last thing I just want to ask you about obviously the words of advice, the words of wisdom, your understanding of not just your position, but the positions you go up against are tremendous. And clearly, if it hasn't already begun, the coaching part of your career is certainly coming up on the horizons at some point. When you think about just football as something that is more than just what we do on the field, off the field, what are your just life aspirations within this game? Is it just to go as far as you can on the field, hang them up? Is coaching something you aspire to? Like when you have that knowledge, it's such a blessing to be able to share. What are some of the things you aspire to?
It's interesting. I was just having this conversation with my beautiful girlfriend here. Because like there's so many parts of it. There's so many parts of it. Like I love football so much, as you guys know, and I know a lot about football, and I care so much about this game, and it's taught me so much. But you think about also life too, right? This game is volatile, right? And the coaching life is volatile, right? You could whether you're good or bad, right? Let's say you're a bad team. You go 3-16. All right, shitty year. Everybody gets fired. y'all gonna go home, right?
Mhm.
And then you can flip it too. You have a great year. You're 19-0. Every single coach is gonna go take another job somewhere else, right? So I think about, wanting to start a family with my girl, and
Ring first.
ring first. Okay, all right. Yeah, she's very adamant about that. Very adamant. Very adamant.
Give it 2-3 years.
Very adamant. Very adamant. But you think about those things, you're like, do I want to be 36, 37, still chasing this dream, or do I want to hang him up, and just, go into another chapter of life? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. That door is open. I mean, she's obviously amazing and extremely supportive, and you never know. But I don't know. It kind of depends on when I'm done playing football. At least when I'm done playing, do I feel like I'm done with the game? No, man. Who knows? I'm gonna let the future kind of tell it. Right now, though, I'm worried about kicking ass. I'm worried about kicking ass. That's what I'm worried about. I want to have a very heavy hand full of rings in green. I'm trying to feel like Green Lantern. You feel me? That's what I'm worried about right now. I'm trying to be great. I'm trying to be great, and that's what we're worried about right now, man.
Well, hey, not only having somebody who has the athletic ability, but has the personality, has all of the other features. I think if you ever decided to be a coach after you're done your playing days, I think you would be a hell of a coach, my man. Even just getting a chance to be around you for the 1 year that I had and seeing you here and getting a chance to talk to you, man, you're a hell of a player. We love seeing you watch. The last thing that I'll leave you with, our producer, Dakota Vine. Dakota still remembers when you were in Guelph and you said you'd do a at the 55 sack celly. Can we see something like that in the CFL?
I can get that done. Yeah, I can get that done. I can get that done. I guess he's been waiting long enough. I guess he's waiting long enough. I get that done. Yeah. Just make sure you're watching it. You gotta make sure you're watching because
Never miss a game.
These cellies though, they only record for like 2 seconds. Record for like 2 seconds. Y'all better be watching when it happens. I don't want to do it and hear, oh, I didn't see it. I don't want to hear that. Lock in.
He is number 32 on the field, number 1 in our hearts, and another just testament to how great the football coming out of the Golden Horseshoe is time in, time again. AJ Allen of the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Guelph Griffins. Thank you so much, dude. Can't wait to see you this summer doing your thing.
Yes, sir.
And all the best to you and yours.
I appreciate you guys for having me and Nicole out here. We appreciate it. No, it's always an honor. So thank you guys so much.
All the best, buddy.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Take care.
Take care.
Oh my goodness. Well, Tom, we obviously have a list of folks that we're expecting. When I saw AJ pop on as far as the Zoom waiting screen, I was like, AJ is not on. Oh, wait, I know it's got to be AJ Allen. So what a pleasure it is having him join us again. Just for everyone tuning in, thank you so much for being with us for our 2025 Draftapalooza happening here. We've had some incredible guests on, including the number 2 overall pick in Devin Veresuk out of Windsor going to Hamilton. We've had our guy Avante McCoy on, AJ Allen, some other outstanding folks lined up to keep y'all entertained and educated throughout the evening as we follow through with the picks, as we're now into the second round affair of action. Isaiah Bagnon out of BYU on the defensive line joining your Ticats to add to their first defensive pick, going with Devin Veresuk, as we saw. Tom, I'll sort of leave it up to you any which way you want to go talk about your Ticats, or sort of getting back into the conversation about, again, this really is all the noise about the defensive backs, some of the defensive line that we've talked about a bit, but it really is the quarterbacks that have made this draft so special as we, wait to hear the first one taken.
Yeah, and I think there's so much apprehension around those quarterbacks, especially the top 2 guys who I feel are the most ready to play right now would obviously be Curtis Rourke and Taylor Elgersma, and their opportunities certainly up in the air with what they're able to do down south. I mean, I'm not sure if you saw it, my man, but Taylor Elgersma obviously did not hear his name get called, but he's got an opportunity to go down to a dozen different rookie camps, and we'll get into that as the pick happens here.
And there we go. The Golden Gale himself, Darren Newell, joining the Elks, joining Trey Ford, as we were just talking about. going from the tricolors to that beautiful green that they rock out there on out in out in Edmonton. We talked about it a bit on the start of the show. Obviously, people tuning in and out. Tom Darian, part of an incredible defense by Coach McManus, a couple other guys whose names we might hear called tonight as well. Silas Hubert being most prominent among them. This is a guy that, just like you were detailing about some of the quarterbacks you were talking about with Taylor Elgersma getting opportunities across the border in the States. Darian, exact same situation. Let's just go over it again. Like, what are some of the things that make him so special in the interior?
I mean, when you think about a guy versatility and what he's able to do here, not only playing, as a stout one tech, bumping out and having the speed to play three tech, and then thinking about, hey, do you remember when they went into that unbelievable pass rushing defense where it was Van Wisher, Darian Newell, and Silas Hubert in a 30 front, and teams were still struggling with 5 offensive linemen to keep them all back there. And now suddenly you've got 9 dudes in the back pass covering, and you're still getting pressure with 3. That really speaks to how well these guys were able to play, and specifically in Darian Newell. Just as a quick aside here before I continue to dive in, our producer Dakota Vine once again mentions I think Zach shotgunning a beer per OUA pick wouldn't be too bad this year, so just wanted to put that out into the ether here. But getting back into our guy in Darian Newell, I mean, when you have the strength, the speed, and when you're able to really open eyes at the CFL Combine, at bare minimum, you'll hope that most of these GMs are doing their homework and they're actually actively watching U Sports games as they keep going. But even if you didn't, and you just saw them in that CFL Combine, once again, eyes go wide, you start seeing the capabilities that this young man has. The only thing that's surprising to me is that he went in the 2nd round.
Yeah, and they were saying the same thing on the broadcast. A lot of the mocks had him going in the 1st. And again, we've talked about the proclivity of Queens, not just on the defensive side, on both sides of the ball, but focusing on that D line. Going back to a guy that we competed with, and Derek Wigan, who had such a remarkable career in the CFL. Seeing a guy in Anthony Federico get drafted, more of a defensive end guy. I think it was 3 years ago, and then seeing Cam Lawson, who, much like with Darian Newell, was getting part of so many conversations in not just the CFL draft, but also in looking across the border as well. Joining such a immaculate brotherhood, fraternity of players out of that Queens program, a Queens team that, ironically, we talk about, this York team of putting up players throughout these past decade, though not having, I mean, York's a whole different story. I'm not trying to equate the two, but just Queens that, like, again, though they have, yet to plant their flag and reach that pinnacle, despite being in so many of those Yates Cup games of this current decade, is just so consistent putting these players out. And we talk about McManus, but this current generation with Coach Steve Snyder there, as we've talked about when we did our exit meeting series of interviews and just podcasts breaking down these teams, you brought up some stats about Coach Snyder, the head man for this team. And again, it's nothing if it doesn't have Coach McManus as well. But when you think about a program like Queens and the legacy of one of the just traditional programs of U Sport football, CIS football, Coach Snyder has done some remarkable things there.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing that really opened my eyes, and I have to give credit to a couple of Queens coaches who have brought this out, is that in the incredible history of the Queens program and what they've been able to do over the years, and not just winning Yates Cups, but Grey Cups and Vanier Cups, this stint of what Coach Snyder has taken over has been one of the most successful stints in the entirety of Queens's history, just from the fact of, yes, he may not have actually won a championship as of yet, but getting to those championships and getting into those playoffs on a consistent basis, that's really where the outstanding play is coming into here, and that bringing Queens back into the fold in that setting, despite battling some of the worst injury bugs that we have seen over the past few years here. Obviously, Alex Freakin going down a list of quarterbacks happening in there. Silas Hubert dealing with his own injuries, and a host of others. Still having the capability to stay within that upper echelon, or at least be fighting into that for the OUA, is no small feat by any means. And if there's one thing, the 3 constants in life, death, taxes, and Queens front 7 is going to be the best in the OUA, seems to happen every damn year. And I think the one outlier, or sorry, the one constant is Coach McManus in a lot of those. I mean, you and I, even when they were playing, I remember playing against, you got Derek Wigan, who's back there. Back in the day, Sam Sabrin at linebacker, who was one of the best friggin' linebackers that I'd ever seen. John Miniacci on some of those other teams. Like, you see unbelievable defensive linemen and linebackers here, and it's just constant year after year after year after year. I got to think Coach Beck has got to be a big part of that.
You're absolutely right. And as far as, again, this year, we've talked about Silas Ubera being another name that we'll likely hear called at some point on the night. Ashton Miller-Melanson, a guy in the defensive secondary who's just been such a ball hawk throughout his career there. We've been lucky enough to get to meet him in person and really jumped off the page how big a dude he is. I mean, obviously, all these guys are really physical, but I was like, man, oh man, like, you really stand out. Those guys were obviously the ones, including Darian Newell, who were showing at the National. But going back to the Invitational, you add in guys like Nathan Falcone on the offensive side of receiver, Eric Johnston on the defensive line, Jazz Kyra on the offensive line, Nico Cuomo at receiver, Liam Sutherland at linebacker, and Keegan Vanek at DB. Obviously, guys from every component of that offense and of that defense under Coach Beck, under my guy, Coach Nez on the offensive side of the ball. You know, it's a reason that they're competitive every single year going into it. When you think about the depth of DBs that people are talking about with this draft, what's some of the conversation that maybe you've been hearing regarding our guy, Ashton Miller-Melanson?
Well, I mean, once again, you start talking about how important it is to have an outstanding player who understands the game. Having a 3 or 4 time All-Canadian academically as well is something that automatically goes on your radar as like, oh, I can tell this guy any kind of number of fronts. Chances are he's going to be able to learn it. And he's got the speed, strength, and capabilities to actually be able to do it at the highest level as well. So seeing a guy like an Ashton Miller-Melanson definitely is somebody that to look out for. Another dude like a Keegan Vanek also on that same squad. Might be a little bit smaller compared to some of the other DBs that are out there, but still outstanding abilities, strength, speed, all of that you could want out of a dude. This DB class also was one of the ones that you're really looking around, you're like, Ashton Miller-Melanson, Keegan Vanek, Jackson Finley, the list goes on. And you start thinking defense just in general here is really where the strength of this draft is, and we've seen a number of them as the next pick comes in.
And we're going back to Big Sky State, Montana, with another defensive lineman off the board here, Hayden Harris. And I don't want to disparage this young man. Obviously, a huge pickup for BC and a huge moment for him. But just to stay on the thought again of the DB class that we're looking at, and you talked about the Queen's standpoint and some of the other guys in here, a guy who you really brought to on my radar, who, correct me, I think you got to meet at East West and then was part of such a exciting Rams team come the U Sport playoffs, almost upsetting Laval, is your guy in Delani Robinson. Some other great names out of Can West that no doubt we'll have to talk about in short order, and some other incredible guys out at OUA. But this was a guy that I just remember, especially when we were looking at that matchup going into the UTEC Bowl. Mitchell, I forget whatever one it was, but where the Rams nearly came up with the upset, let alone them just winning their conference, was a huge feat for them. It was on that defensive side that really proved huge for them, and he was a major part of that.
Yeah, an incredible part, and I love that you brought that name up because Delani Robinson was certainly somebody that came on my radar. Once again, we've had this conversation about DBs before, but it's very tough for some of those really elite defensive backs to get the proper showcasing on a TV because a lot of times they're doing such a great job that the receiver's not getting thrown the ball, so you don't see them on the screen. So being in person for that the East West Bowl last year and getting to see him play lockdown corner. There was one of the a really highly touted receiver who was out there. I can't remember his name out of Concordia, excuse me, but everybody's expecting this young man to have 10 to 15 catches, and he finishes the day with 1 and is completely locked down by Robinson. And the one that he does have, Robinson cracks him and he gets him out of bounds and talks a little bit smack the entire way as well. But he's a huge part of why that Regina Rams defense was able to win the Hardy Cup this year and come back, getting into the playoffs at 3-5 and then running the damn table and going up against the Laval Rouge et Or and giving them a pretty good run for their money as well. So I think he's a guy that I'm really interested in. I'm really love to see what he's able to do. And it's coming out of that Can West when you see such prolific passing. I mean, you see the guys like Garrett Rooker, Anton Ammonroot, and Jackson Tatinsky, all of those great quarterbacks across the league there. You have to be able to be an outstanding defensive back if you really want to be able to compete with them. And Delani Robinson is one of the best.
And you mentioned the physicality, and really, when we look at some of these top names that we've already been talking about, again, it's what this incredible blend of the size and the athleticism. Delani coming off of the CFL combine numbers, just like a hair under 6'2". Miller Melanson in the same category. Eric Cumberbatch is 3/8 over 6'2". Our guy in Jackson Finley 6'2.5". Like these are big dudes, and the athleticism that they bring and being able to patrol those secondaries, it's remarkable. Obviously, we talked about a guy from last year's draft class and Richard Adu before, and what he was able to do with Western, not just as a corner, but being put into half, and the size, the length that he brings, including that physicality. It's such an amazing thing to be able to get into the mix. Tom, staying on the defensive side of the ball, bringing it back home. A couple of the, we talked about Taylor a little bit, not really yet, and we're going to be talking about him much more at some point, undoubtedly. But talking about the Yates Cup champion Golden Hawks on the defensive backside of things, well represented with Malik Cote and Jahari Hastings rocking out of Laurier as well. Two guys who were absolute ballers. Jahari in his second year coming into the program, transferring in from out west, if memory serves, and Malik, a guy who, similarly with Liam Hoskins, as you mentioned, making the jump from the invitational to the national, I believe. Guys that we saw up close all year long. What makes these two guys so special on the defensive side?
Well, you just think about dudes who have that ultimate bend but don't break kind of mentality here, and have receivers caught balls on them. Yes, absolutely. Every defensive back has had to experience that, but these dudes just can't seem to be shaken. The amount of times where you see something that might have happened. I mean, you look at even the Vanier Cup and you think, hey, is Malik Cote actually taking advantage of here? They keep going to that weak side. Well, no, he's just allowing that to be in front of him, coming downhill, making tackles. And once again, you see one of the best offenses in the country here with the Laval Rouge et Or. They don't score a single touchdown in the entire Vanier Cup. They're able to drive the field, but they always get stopped. And a huge part of that, Jahari Hastings and Malik Cote. And both of those guys have that versatility where they can play that half. I think they can go out and play corner pretty effectively here as well. And they have the strength and speed and the athletic ability, but certainly up top as well. Smart players. Getting a chance to talk to Ron Van Workirk about some of those guys and just thinking, I'm like a kid in the candy shop at times because I can call any damn defense that I want. And those guys in the back end can save me. If I want to send an all-out blitz, I have total confidence if I go a cover zero here that those guys are going to be locked down from that standpoint. So really interested to see what's happening on the Laurier defensive side here. Obviously, there's a lot of question marks on the Laurier offensive side. And actually, somebody might have tried to call their shot and saying that at this upcoming pick, the 12th pick for the Ottawa Redblacks, that we might see a Laurier receiver get going here. So we'll have to see what name actually eventually gets called.
Well, and if I know which direction you're going with, much like our last guest we had on also goes by an initialed first name. So we'll get, or sorry, not an initial first name. What am I saying? But goes by short form, the initials of his first and last name. Bad job by me on that one. So we'll have to wait and to see what direction Ottawa goes on here. Again, thank you so much for tuning in for our 2025 Draft-a-Palooza live following the draft as we make our way into the second round. Of course, the live draft, as you're perhaps following on TSN, I believe will be cutting out probably within the next half hour, perhaps even sooner. It typically only go an hour or two. We will not be leaving. We will be going to the very end, and let's see who the Red Blacks are taking.
Can't wait.
Okay, another big man off the board, Samuel Carson out of Louisiana Monroe. Obviously, not surprising seeing the O-lineman filling those spots. I certainly don't have a read on the young man. Tom, anything that you have in notes about this guy?
I think just in general here, he did play for the University of Calgary before transferring out of there, going to the Louisiana Monroe. So he has some CFL Canadian football experience in general here. Obviously, that yard that we play with here in Canada being such a big part of this. But I think this kind of goes back into people thinking that there may not have been a super strong youth sports offensive lineman pool as of this year. I mean, the fact that our guy Eric Anderson is still available here seems insane to me. Even Alex Berwick and some of those other dudes that are there. I mean, we talked about the Guelph offensive lineman as well. So I'm a little surprised to see how many American linemen that we've seen so far, if I'm being honest with you. But at least this young man has some experience playing for the University of Calgary as well.
Absolutely, and it's an Ottawa Red Black offensive line that is touting quite a bit of Canadian talent on their team, picking up a guy that I actually used to play football with way back in the day, and Peter Gauber out of the old former Metro Toronto Wildcat program, and of course my guy Ziggy Eric Starcella still rocking out with them as well. And again, so filling up with the Canadian talent there on the offensive line as typically is the case. Tom, we haven't really got the chance to dive into this quarterback conversation all too thoroughly. And again, just this, kind of chicken and the egg. Is it column A, column B, bit of both, as you highlighted, of looking at both the impacts that seeing what Trey Ford, seeing what Nathan Rourke have been able to do, even a guy like, as we said, Michael O'Connor out of UBC going back about a decade now, opening the door to make way for the perfectly timed up group of quarterbacks. And I mean, there's guys that aren't even part of tonight's events, like a guy like Evan Hillock, who is ostensibly or is part of this draft class, but is just declaring to go back for his final year here. That makes it so special. When you talk to scouts, when you talk to people around the combines and just leading into this draft, is it more of that talent of just we're just seeing better development, we're seeing better quarterbacks here? How much does the opportunity have?
I think that the big aspect of this is that right now and in this area of football, we're seeing the best growth and development of quarterbacks that we have in a very long time. I mean, you start looking at some of the just pure arm talents, and of course they had proper coaching and whatever else, but you think of a guys like Michael Falls, like Danny Brannigan, Kyle Quinlan, a bunch of these guys here. And then you start seeing, having conversations with Taylor Elgersma, and then you start saying, well, all of the different capabilities that he has, he's not only, very gifted, but he's going down constantly to talk with guys. I mean, his relationship with a group called Quarterback Country was the whole reason why he had the opportunity to go down to the Senior Bowl, because those guys have great ties that are there. And then also he's working on his game. He's working on his craft. Obviously, my guy, I got to shout out Will Finch doing his thing in the Hamilton Burlington region as well. And he's got such a great repertoire of things. But even he, during his playing days, he actually told me a long time ago he had the opportunity to go and work with, at one point in time, Tom Brady's quarterback coach. And so getting a chance to speak to a dude like that, and who obviously has a pretty damn good track record, and then taking those lessons and learnings and changing them up a bit and bringing that up into Canada and allowing guys to really get better. A quarterback movement is another one that comes up to me, but there's a number now of guys that are focusing specifically on Canadian quarterbacks and trying to get them better, where certainly, obviously, I was not a Canadian quarterback that played offensive line, but I don't remember seeing, when I was coming up, so many different options for kids in order to go to those development camps. And then you get a dude who's got all of the measurables in a Curtis Rourke, a Taylor Elgersma, Arnaud Desjardins, Jonathan Senecal, Keegan Hall, Jackson Tatinsky, and then also they've been working like crazy on their craft and their throwing techniques and everything else. That's why we're seeing the opportunity, at least, or a lot of buzz around Canadian quarterbacks.
And especially with some of those guys you mentioned, Jackson's name perhaps, and Jonathan Senecal perhaps as much as any of the guys in this group, who bring that athleticism to the fold as well, and just the way that some of those CFL teams are able to take advantage of the space and use the quarterbacks who can throw on the run and really put defenders in conflict is such a great opportunity for them to be able to, again, up their stock. To our lovely producer in Dakota Vine, though I am way past the days of shotgunning old Milwaukee on a draft. I am a shout out to the Waterloo region area. The Can's not appearing on there, but celebrating a little special night here in Canadian football. So again, shout out to everyone making this night such a wonderful time here. Tom, again, we are here to the very end. Of course, the picks will be keeping going on the draft tracker even when the coverage kicks out. We are going into the next pick here, so let's see who's coming off the board. Oh, baby. I guess you're a tiny bit behind me there,
I
Tom.
am. Let me see. Come on. Come on. Give it to me. Yeah.
There he is. Oh man. And just again, it's Eric Anderson, our guy out of Western, and the symmetry is so beautiful because we had, a few moments ago, our guy and AJ Allen on the show, former Guelph Griffin, doing his thing, linebacker, special teams extraordinaire, and talking about how his current teammate and Zach Fry had been teasing him about the, Guelph Griffins after their time at U Sport level. Of course, Zach Fry, a former Western Mustang, now having Eric Anderson joining him at that level, which is such a beautiful pairing. And we've talked so much about how, even with the immaculate talents of Eric Anderson, Keegan O'Neill, and Alex Berwick, how filling the void of Zach Fry, Phil Grahovic, and the likes of that class that they had there, who are doing their thing at the CFL level, are such major shoes to do. Eric has been perhaps the best tackle we've had in U Sports over the last probably 2 years. His athleticism is unreal. And for a guy that, when you meet him in person, is as nice as they come, he is a mean SOB when you watch it on the tape, the way he will bully guys. Tom, we talk about how guys can stand out amongst a impressive group of folks. That O-line at Western, that running game, that offense in general at Western's always been impressive during his tenure there. Yet somehow your eyes are always drawn to 61 because of the incredible, like truly incredible things he does there at left tackle. What's your read on this pick? What's your read on our friend in Eric Anderson, getting to live his dream now, going to the CFL?
God, I cannot express how excited I am for this young man. I mean, you talk about a dude who is just a road grader and is able to put his bucket down and just bury dudes in the backfield, especially anytime he gets his paws on them, but especially not just on the run blocking side, but on the pass pro as well. There's a lot of times where offensive linemen in particular have a tendency to accept hits and to accept people coming into them, where you got to deliver that blow. You still got to be strong, even if you are on your footwork, at least being a little passive here. And that's exactly what he does. Being in, not just being an outstanding offensive lineman, but especially being in an offense like the Western Mustangs that pulls their offensive linemen as often as they do. You see the athleticism that an Eric Anderson has when he has to pull out as a part of a counter tray and lead up. He's got a Keon Edwards or Keanu Yazbek in behind him, and he's leading them through the hole, oftentimes taking on a linebacker who should, on paper, be a whole lot more athletic or be able to move around him a little bit better. But Eric Anderson just shuts the door every time and has the ability to not only get out there and to showcase his speed and his strength, but has that mindset and has that ability to shut down some of the best pass rushers out there. I mean, we were talking about how many times have we been like, oh my God, like Claudia Mooson going up against Eric Anderson, or we got Ifion Yeka going up against Eric Anderson on all this stuff. And they're like, oh, they didn't finish with a sack the entire time they were going up against Eric, and he would shut them down pretty hardcore. If he's already doing that to some of our best, I'm sure he'll do the same at the CFL level.
No, you're 100% right. And again, hearkening back to some of the incredible bits of wisdom that AJ was sharing with us, and that just, cliche though it might be, true wisdom of availability is your best ability. And yeah, Eric battled a bit of injury going back a year ago. By all accounts, he is supremely healthy, and having had the opportunity, nay, really the privilege, to get to know Eric in my time living in London and getting to actually coach with him with the Junior Mustangs program, which again highlights just what a great person he is, because his coaching with that U16 group was just so empathetic and looking to try to teach and help grow those young men, but also getting to sort of a peek behind the curtain of what makes him so special. And yes, he's athletic, he's physically strong, he's mean, all those things, but he has the right approach in terms of trying to take care of his body. Like, I remember, like, we've talked with a few guys, much like AJ said, we're at the next level. It's not always about putting up the biggest weights on the bench, on the squat, and all these things, but those little sort of, prehabilitation things to make sure that you can play for a long extended time. And these are the things that he's taken into his daily life, already recognizing just the benefits it brings him as someone who could just rely on being the biggest and the fastest and the strongest, but saying that he's playing the long run, not just playing for, a cool highlight tape that he can show his kids, 20, 30 years down the line. He has that too, but he has that mentality that's going to be able to keep him going for a long time. Eric, all the best to you. Please, return my texts. I mean, come on, man, what's going on with that? But, hey, big day for him, no doubt. And someone who I'll pass it over to you. We touched on a little bit, much like some of the names we're talking about tonight, is getting his opportunities across the border. The pick is coming in next, so we'll save that comment for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait for your reaction. I'm ahead of you.
Oh,
another guy, correct me if I'm wrong, you got to meet at East West last year, correct? And Boscheman.
Nate Boscheman out of Calgary. Yes, an outstanding defensive back, originally from Kelowna, BC, but has been easily the best defensive player on that Calgary Dinos defense for a long time now. I'm very, very excited about that. And it looks like they TSN caught the CIS and changed it back to U Sports. It's nice to see, even though I don't know if there's a hyphen in that, but we'll take it anyways. Hey, I love to see it. I think Nate Boscheman is an outstanding get for these guys as well. So I'm very, very excited for the young man.
Yeah, absolutely. And a part of a great class of DBs that we've already been talking about. But we were just talking about Eric Anderson, the newest member of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. And again, one of these interesting situations where we were perhaps a bit surprised that his name wasn't selected a bit earlier. As you detailed so nicely off the jump, one of the most intriguing parts of the CFL draft is the fact that sometimes your stock can kind of curve around the other way once it rises too high. We've talked about Eric Cumberbatch, the opportunities he's gotten. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Taylor and with Curtis Rourke as well. What's the situation with Eric as far as opportunities looks he's getting south of the border?
Well, he's actually going to be joining your team's pick, Jeremiah Ojo, down in the Big Apple. Both of them are heading down to the New York Giants for rookie camps down there. And once again, you start thinking about, for the folks who haven't really, who don't understand the differences or don't pay attention all that much to the U.S. side versus the Canadian side, where you absolutely should be because Canada's better than the U.S. Just putting it out there. On the U.S. side of things, because the NFL draft has already happened, they have a very good understanding of where these Canadians who are playing in the NCAA land in terms of that interest that NFL teams are gathering here. And that's why a lot of those players who are playing in the States get picked in a lot of those higher rung opportunities. Obviously, they are fantastic athletes and they deserve that, but it's a little bit safer for them to say, I'm going to spend a first round or a second round pick on a guy that I know doesn't have the same amount of buzz that an NFL team has versus in the CFL. Whereas some of these guys, once again, let's go down the list here. Eric Cumberbatch going to the Saints, Jeremiah Ojo, Eric Anderson going to the Giants, you've got Devin Veresuk, who's going down to the Colts, and then Taylor Elgersma, like I was mentioning earlier, had 12 different invitations to go out to rookie camps, and he chose 2. He's going to the Bills, and he's going to the Packers. So you see all of these guys, and you start thinking about, okay, I definitely want to make sure that if these guys don't land in the NFL, I want them on my team, but I don't know if I want to spend a pick in order to get that. And even, the Hamilton Tiger Cats taking Devin Veresuk in that second overall pick, I think once again just showcases how excited they were at the prospect of saying, even if this guy does go down and we lose this pick, if he doesn't and he comes to Hamilton, he's a dude that's going to contribute right away, and we're willing to not waste it, but risk that pick, potentially losing it to the folks in the US.
Again, one of the most fascinating aspects of the draft we have here, bringing it back to the most recent pick here in Nate Boscheman. And, they've been talking about it a bit on the broadcast. It's a hard comparison not to bring up when we think about the fact that a guy that we're more familiar with, another West Coast guy in Jackson Finley, seeing Boscheman get selected over it. You got to see both these guys in that East-West game. Obviously, for folks that follow our brand a little bit more Ontario-centric with the OUA, compare and contrast, if you will, maybe a couple of the stylistic similarities or differences when we think about Jackson Finley. You've already talked about just what a smart, intelligent player he is, the speed, which is just incredible. We talk about just again when the top burners across the OUA and U Sports, and then on the other hand, looking at what Boschman's been doing for the Dinos.
Yeah, I mean, you start thinking about two guys who are playing a very similar position, but are asked to do a little bit different. Boschman really being that ball hawking type of dude. Not to say that Jackson isn't, but Western and that Coach Gleason defense utilizes him every single chance that they get. I mean, the dude has one of the best safety blitzes that I've ever seen, in just the fact of he utilizes his speed and doesn't start moving until the very last second. And a lot of times he's at full speed by the time that snap count hits. And then it's just a simple matter of getting around a running back who's standing still here trying to block him and getting in and getting those sacks. I mean, when you look at a guy at safety who's playing the furthest back that you possibly could from a quarterback, and you look out, oh, he's got 4 sacks in his career because of this, and I'm pretty sure all 4 of those happened in this past year because of what they were able to do. They're just asking different things. They're able to utilize Jackson Finley in different ways, whereas Nate Boschman, let's not forget, the University of Calgary hasn't done all that well, and they were struggling in certain areas here, and I think they asked Boschman to really be that safety net in the background here to make sure that they're good.
And as you were, of course, mentioning, Jalen Smith out of North Texas coming off the board, another linebacker pick heading to the Blue Bombers. Hamilton native, of course, to be noted. Okay, so shout out to your neck of the woods there, Tom. And again, a great analysis of looking at the two guys in Boschman and in Finley on the board. And again, this is a draft that has been as much talked about from the quarterback standpoint as it has been about the depth of defensive backs that have been going into the league. And we were having that conversation earlier in thinking about some of the offensive linemen that we're seeing, mostly coming out of the NCAA as perhaps a product of what's been detailed as a slightly weaker, O-line draft from the U Sports standpoint. I mean, hey, when Eric Anderson is one of the top guys, again, it kind of raises all ships, if you will. But the defensive back is traditionally also a position where we do see teams look to pile in a lot of their Canadian players, even at times traditionally. And again, perhaps we've seen over recent years the bias is broken down of even taking guys who were star receivers at the U Sport level and having them try to transition over. Obviously guys, you think about like Tunde Adeleke and what he's had in such a successful career in the CFL. And so many other guys that have been able to just, put together just long and outstanding careers. Defensive backs, another position. When you kind of think about maybe some of the similarities or some of the reasons why that might be the case, like what kind of leans into that when we think about the nature of the Canadian game, why maybe having a guy growing up in that system and playing that style might lend itself to saying this might be a situation where we want someone who truly understands the spacing and the nature of how 3-down football, longer field, all sorts of things comes into effect.
Yeah, I mean, any position you really want to take a peek into that, if you can have somebody who in your mind is playing just as good, if not better, than a lot of the guys who are down in the States, I think having somebody who's playing in the Canadian game is going to be that much better, because you're already used to the extra spacing. On the offensive line, you've got that extra yard that you're already working with, where you see, even like up to 10 years ago or so, you saw NFL linemen who are trying to cheat back as best they can to give themselves a tiny bit more space on that line so that they're not nose to nose with a guy, and they're seeing the capabilities and what you're able to do when you have that little bit of space, to then seeing the amount of times. One of my absolute favorite things back in the day, I used to work the grounds crew for McMaster, and the Hamilton Tiger Cats always used to do training camp there. My favorite thing was to go on the first or second day of practice and see an American defensive back who was an American who had played throughout the entire time. And the first time that he sees 5 wide receivers in motion and his eyes get wide and he goes, holy crap, and then gets torched, obviously. But having that and not having to, I have to teach this guy about Canadian motion. I have to teach this guy about, hey, you've got another dude, not only on the offensive side, but on the defensive side. You can have 2 safeties back there. You've got a strong half and a weak half, whatever the case may be. I think having that capability that you were successful and you can play at the next level in Canada is only going to raise your stock over another person who's only played in the States.
And of course, as you mentioned, that piece on the motion, the piece on with the 3-down football and the larger fields, the defending against the pass is so paramount. Again, defensive back in the Canadian game, like I don't know of a harder thing that anyone has to do. I do not understand how the best corners and safeties literally do what they do, but the nature of sometimes having that higher volume of passing, the larger field and everything of that nature also lends itself for teams to make sure that they have someone who can get after the quarterback, true pass rusher. And, we talk about some of the depth on the D-line. When we look through these names, obviously Jeremiah Ojo and the athleticism and, again, one of the interesting things about him, relatively new to the game of football. And so those smarts that AJ Allen was talking about when he joined us, a half hour or so ago will certainly still come. And Ojo, I think, can develop to that much more of a presence. Darian Newell, more of an interior guy, though he can get after it. We've talked about Von Muhldorf for a little bit. When we think about, though, the real just quarterback nightmares in this draft and the guys who just are in offensive line coaches' nightmares every prep week that they're going through preparing for them, I have to imagine that, again, another Windsor Lancer and Claudia Musin is perhaps top amongst this current class. Silas Hubert, again, absolute standout and great performances by him playing for Queens. But when you think about the guys getting after the quarterback, Kaladi's got to be number one. Who else are some of the guys that you look at in terms of teams who might be saying, can we pick up a guy that's going to get after the QB?
Well, I mean, Kaladi has been one of the best over the past number of years here, specifically targeting getting after the quarterback. I think that Silas Hubert and a guy like a Van Wishart certainly stepped up when they needed to, but are kind of that everything defensive lineman where they can take on a double team or they can take on when Silas is fully healthy, especially in his shoulder pads. He has no problem taking on a pulling guard, stopping them in their tracks and then coming off. Whereas Kaladi, I think he absolutely could do that, but by far his real designation is in that pass rushing and trying to get after the quarterback. I don't really know that we've seen a whole ton of guys who are specifically, this is all that I really want to do. Obviously, Ifion Yeka is one of those dudes who you always have to keep in mind of, but you start thinking about some of the other great defensive linemen that are out there. Most of those guys are something of we're going to lock down our position. We're going to really do our thing here rather than, I mean, back in our day, once again, I know we're talking about the 2025 draft and nobody wants to hear about a couple offensive linemen talking about this. But when you talk about, the dudes that we were going up against, Derek Wigan comes to mind. I mean, Dylan Ainsworth back in the day with the Western Mustangs, and you get all of these guys. I mean, even Deontay Knight back in the day as well, who's that real kind of everything defensive lineman. To me, correct me if I'm wrong, certainly what your thoughts are here, but I don't know that there's another two guys other than Claudia Musin and Ifion Yeka who are that real pass rush and pass rush first more than anything.
You're probably right. And in so many ways, I think because of how more complex offenses get at the next level, like if you have a guy, like there's no true, like, all right, pass rush situation, just putting this guy for that scenario because they have to keep their eyes on so much motion, on so many, receivers bombing in and H-backs and slot backs and everything of that nature. I think it would be a bit of to pigeonhole yourself a little bit. And of course, Kaladi brings more to the table than just his pass rush ability. And we've been talking about this, as you said, in the, at the OUA level, on Yeka obviously as well, and Hubert and these guys that we've been seeing get after the quarterback. But perhaps, again, much like we're seeing with the quarterback game and the more well-rounded nature of the players that we're seeing, that might be a similar step that we're seeing at the defensive line level, where again it's taking on doubles, it's being able to occupy gaps, let those linebackers run free, and just being able to again play within a system and winning by the system, not as a standout on its own. There seems to be, as we're talking following the ticker, a bit of a draft trade going on with the Lions and the Argos. Missed that one, but the next pick is coming in, so let's stay tuned. The kid's going home. The kid's going home, Tom. There we go.
Oh, hell yeah, man. That is great to see.
Oh my goodness. We've been talking about him a whole bunch on the program already. Obviously for BC, the kid hails from the West Coast, and what a great moment it is for him. Yates, multiple time Yates Cup champion, Vanier Cup champion, all the different UTEC Mitchell Bowls you can add in there. You mentioned the academic all Canadian piece. And again, just the measurables jump off the page in addition to him being a kid in his preparation to become a doctor in his near future. I mean, you couldn't build a football player in Madden or NCAA pick your poison that would be as great an overall weapon on and off the field as this young man. I mean, we've talked about him, but let's just sing his praises that much more. We did the comparison with Boscheman already, and again, I don't think it's a bad pick one way or the other. So happy to see him going home. So happy for the family who've been so generous in supporting us. Man, shout out to Jackson Finley.
Oh my God. When you talk about, I mean, across the league, if you don't play for the Ponies, you hate the Western Mustangs. And then you meet a guy like Jackson Finley. And not only is he one of the best defensive backs and defensive players in the league, but he's the nicest dude you could ever meet. Big smile on his face, comes from an unbelievable family, is a brilliant mind. He's going to go into the medical field after he's done playing in the CFL, which is an unbelievable thing. And to see that young man succeed, it brings such a smile to my face because I could not wish for more great things to that family. It's insane that he's a fourth generation now CFL player. His great-grandfather, his grandfather, his father all played in the CFL, and he's following in those footsteps as a part of that. So this is an insane feat for this family to be a part of. I cannot be happier for this young man. And I'm sure there's a lot of folks in the OUA who are going, thank God we don't have to deal with that dude as long as he sticks in BC.
Well, they might not have to be dealing with him, but again, we talk about the following in the footsteps and what an incredible job that Jackson did in stepping up to fill in for Daniel Valente Jr., who was a defensive player of the year, free safety for Western, who got picked up by Ottawa 3 years ago at this point now. And yes, though, of course, not seeing Finley out there is going to give some moment of pause and excitement, perhaps, for OUA passing attacks. But you were at a Western training camp not too long ago, and the young guys they got filling in there, it doesn't really look like they're going to be missing a beat with finding that next dude.
No, I think they're going to be just fine. I mean, you've got another Jackson who's ready to step in and fill that spot, who's got a number of different scholarships down in the US as a decathlete. You've got the Thomas Silcox, who was able to fill in a couple of times when Jackson was either injured or they were up big and wanted to get somebody else in there. So just because Mr. Finley's not going to be there doesn't mean that the entire league can start wiping their brow and saying, oh, we're good now, we can actually throw against Western. You're not going to be able to again.
No, definitely not. And that's Jackson McKay that you're referring to. And I know we've shared that story before. And again, the son of Todd McKay, who's the Western legend and is on the broadcast, and mom is a Western legend in the basketball sphere, if memory serves. Again, JT Sui, you'll have to give us the update again because you gave us all the great tea on the family. Again, great football family. But just in terms of Jackson McKay and those offers as not just a football player, but a guy that has Olympian written all over him.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, there's so much to be excited about for Western football fans, even going into the years here. But just to talk about a little bit more about Mr. Jackson Finley, I mean, cannot be happier for the dude, cannot be more excited for the guy. I'm really interested to see, especially with BC, what they're going to be able to do with him as the next pick comes in, and I'll shut my mouth. Ooh.
You're ahead of me now, apparently. Okay. All right. Speak on it, Tom.
Quincy Vaughn, another Hamilton boy who's gone down,
There you go.
Really surprising, interesting from the Calgary Stampeders. He is listed as a tight end in this spot. Obviously, he did play quarterback back in the day. He was asked to move down into tight end because he's a big, strong dude. And I'm really interested to see what the Stampeders will be able to do with a guy like that. Obviously, when you have the athleticism, you can put him into a number of different spots. I'm sure he'll be a big contributor on special teams as well. But Quincy Vaughn is one of those names. I'm sure you're used to it as well, being in the Toronto region, where everybody kind of talks about, oh, I was around when this guy was here and he was a hell of a player and all this stuff. That's what Quincy Vaughn kind of is to the Hamilton region in general.
Yeah, and again, as you're mentioning, the athleticism, just an offensive coordinator's dream when you add in the physicality as well, and all the different ways that you can use them. I mean, I think about as well as far as Hamilton guys of recent being able to make a splash in the transition. A guy in Tyler Turnowski, just in the impact he was able to make from the area as well. I mean, and one of my favorite Turnowski stories when we got to meet him when he was still at Waterloo is how he played basketball growing up with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. So, I mean, we talked about it a bit with AJ there. I don't know how much Hamilton, still gets to get itself involved with Golden Horseshoe, but that whole region there, produces such extraordinary football. Burlington Stamps, going back to, obviously there's the junior Ticats, but back to the days of the Hamilton Ironmen, and such incredible football coming out of that region. Similarly, the way Devin Veresuk kind of talked about Windsor as like a tough town, tough city, and like playing for the Ravens, that's sort of imprinted upon you. I imagine as a Hamiltonian implant, as you are a Burlington native, you perhaps can sing a similar story to that, of just something about that, those those stacks of smoke that billow out, and just the what it is to be from that area.
I mean, yeah, when you start thinking about the unbelievable talent that's out of that Golden Horseshoe area in particular, obviously Hamilton for a number of years and still produces some of the best players that you've seen. But speaking on my own experience playing in the Burlington region, I played on a Stampeders team that out of the 24 starters, 12 on offense, 12 on defense, 20 of them ended up playing at the U Sports level, which was unheard of. We had guys like Bailey McPhee, Will Finch, Mackenzie Blewett, who ended up going out east, Randy Williams, who was a defensive back for the Ottawa GGs for a number of years. We had a whole bunch of guys, Maxim Mezabata, who went out to McMaster as well. I mean, just a number of outstanding players, and specifically in that region. And then you start looking out at Hamilton. I mean, how many guys have we seen in the US who have been from Hamilton or has some kind of ties to Hamilton, even in this just draft here? Hamilton football is really at some of the top echelon within the entire province, really. And to be a part of this region and to now be helping to coach within it, especially at the high school level here, is just something that's so damn cool.
And, again, we seemingly on all these conversations end up being like, oh, region city X is one of the best. It's slowly just becoming that. Again, Ontario football is as good as any. And you can, look at how we perform at some of those Canada Cups. And speaking of Ontario football and sort of the generation to come, Tom, while we're between picks right now, for those tuning in, a lot going on post-draft in terms of the various football events happening here in Ontario that we're going to be involved in keeping people abreast of everything going on. What do we have in store when it comes to football here in our great province?
Oh, I'm so happy that you brought that up. Even this weekend on Sunday, once again, for the folks who are tuning into our YouTube page, stay tuned in. On that Sunday, we will be live from Waterloo talking about the Team Ontario Red Black Bowl. This is the top talent in all of Ontario. The 90 best are going to be playing in a full-on game between each other. And out of that, the 45 who will be picked to represent our great province will go out and play in the Canada Cup that's out in Antigonish this year, out in the July, I believe, time frame. So we'll be live and direct from there. That following week, we'll also be there for the East-West Bowl. I will be there in and out through the entire week here, getting some coverage here and there. And then Zac and I will be doing another game day live for the East-West Bowl, breaking down all of the great action and from all of these outstanding Canadian U Sport athletes who will be coming in once again into that Waterloo region and getting to see the fantastic facilities that the University of Waterloo has to offer.
And so again, if you're just filling in on your calendar on May the 4th, may you be tuning into that red black game the weekend. I believe the Mother's Day weekend then on the 11th is when we'll be back in Waterloo. Tom will be filling in the week then, as he mentioned, with the East West Bowl. So much content to keep you tuned as we get our way towards the summer months, as we've mentioned before. If you, whatever you want to see us putting out, let us know. Hit us up, IG, on X, wherever you can get in contact with us. But let's stay tuned for this next pick coming in. And there it is, baby.
Somehow I'm behind you again.
Oh, that's weird, but come on.
Let's go.
There we go now. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, baby.
Oh, damn. The kid himself, Kid Canada, the outstanding, as you have dubbed him, the Dutch rifle out of the Wilfrid Laurier Golden Hawk Taylor.
I don't take credit for Dutch rifle, but I've certainly shared it many a times because it's a dope nickname. My apologies.
Yeah, you did not come up with the Dutch rifle, but you dubbed him the Dutch rifle in this one. Taylor Elgersma goes to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers here. What an outstanding pick, and the first Canadian quarterback taken off the board in front of Curtis Rourke, who a lot of people had going second overall.
And again, like, I don't know if there's much to read into it, but the fact that Curtis does get picked up by San Fran in the NFL draft, and Taylor goes through the process undeclared, and as you mentioned, he has dozen or more invitations, and he's going to be spending some time with a few teams. Hey, look, obviously at a certain point, and a great job by Winnipeg, because as we talked about, at a certain point, someone's got to be the one to take the talent. And when we talk about Taylor, you know, I going back to the experiences he has coming up, specifically with Buffalo, to me, that seemed like the most natural fit if a team felt like taking the flyer on him, not just because of the geographical proximity, but so often when we try to make comparisons, you know, whether or not however close it is, it's hard not to mention Josh Allen's name because of the major arm talent he has on him, but the just brute toughness that early in his career, and this is in having conversations with his offensive coordinator and Todd Galloway and with his head coach and Michael Falds, of saying, do you ever want to reel him in a little bit? Because sometimes it just you fear that he might just what makes him great might lead to his own demise, and the response just time and time out is all those things that make him great are just too great to try and have him ease up on the brakes. And his intensity, though it's picked him up a few flags here and there, and the physicality he brings is just such an impressive thing to see. The talent around him has been extraordinary, but he's obviously been the straw stirring that drink. Taylor, what an outstanding moment this is for him. I mean, Tom, going to Winnipeg and just what an opportunity that is for him.
Yeah, going to a program that has won so often in the past in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers here, and thinking about getting a chance to learn under one of the best right now doing it in Zach Collaros, and being in that capabilities. I mean, I think this is a great pick, and I think this is a great opportunity for him. The other side of this as well, I've had the opportunity to have a number of conversations with Taylor Elgersma. I will not stop singing this young man's praises because I think the absolute world of him. Yes, there's a lot of people who are out there who might have a couple of words, especially if you are from the Quebec region, for some of the stuff that he has said and going out. But he's a dude that turns it on when he goes out onto the field, off the field. One of the nicest dudes out there, always so humble, always wanting to talk about other people before him, but very clearly has that competitive fire and being like, no, I want to be the very best that there is. I want to be that number one spot. I'm willing to put in the work and do whatever I have to go out and do this. Once again, I talked about him going down to being a part of that quarterback country group that does training. Yeah, they do training in Alabama. So he goes down to Alabama and then goes down to training. And if that's not showcasing how committed he is in order to get the best quality work, he's also done a lot of work with Will Finch and some of the other stuff with quarterback movement that are based in Canada. But The dude's just ready and willing to put in as much work as humanly possible here. And I cannot say enough great things about this young man and his family.
And obviously, just the talent speaks for itself. And another product out of the London area, out of Oak Ridge and the London Junior Mustang program, and just such a testament again to just the development of London talent. And in so many ways, there's a version of history that sees him becoming the guy at Western. But seeing him, you talk about getting to work with Will Finch, just the fact that he got to be underneath a Michael Falls, a guy who, when you talk about intensity, it's it would be going back to that comment I again, as I said, I've made both to Coach Falls and Coach Galloway, of saying, like, do you ever want to pump the brakes? It would be a hypocritical move for someone like Falls to do that, because that's sort of where he's made, and it was such a perfect pairing of these two people brought together to put together such an incredible run. Tom, we've detailed the Laurier Golden Hawks with our exit meeting we did about a week ago on them. And we talked about how, there's a ton of talent still in that program. Losing Taylor, it feels more and more, when you're spending this high a draft pick on him and all the news about down south, that Laurier very well might be looking for that next man up in terms of the offense, in terms of the quarterback. Now, with all those pieces on the offense, it's a little bit easier, if you will, to slot someone in knowing they have all that talent. But when you think about how Waterloo's been trying to replace Trey Ford, who was a first round pick, so I guess he'll always be able to have that over Taylor. And just replacing someone of that caliber, we can see Waterloo's still been looking for that guy. Laurier, we know, bringing a guy like Riley Chalmers as a rookie this coming year. And I think we're getting a pick coming in soon, so we may have to put a pause on that. But that impact of having to replace him is something that is going to be worth keeping an eye on.
And your Toronto Argonauts select Parrish Shand, defensive lineman out of LSU. Once again, haven't had a whole opportunity. Listen, folks, when you cover the OUA as passionately as you and I do, and you watch all 5 games before we record on Sunday, there's not a whole lot of time for any other football other than that. So our apologies that we don't have enough to say on some of these Canadians who have played in the States. But to go back to exactly like you're saying, when you have a generational talent like that, it's not just like, oh yeah, we're just going to have the next guy step up. Unless, of course, you're the Western Mustangs, you can do something like replace a guy like Daniel Valente Jr. with Jackson Finley, or you're the Ottawa GGs who can do the same thing at linebacker. But those are the outliers, not the norm. And certainly with a team like Waterloo, I think that Trey Ford going into this was one of those guys that was completely passed up on. Yeah, he's a great talent, whatever, at this Canadian high school level, but he's small, he's this and that, he won't be able to translate. And Bertoya and his staff, to their credit, went, no, I think this kid's got it. And not only with him, but Tyler Tanowski, who is another guy who's done some outstanding stuff with my Hamilton Tiger Cats as well. And looking at these guys and being like, let's give them a chance. And shoot, they were the number one thing to watch their entire time at the University of Waterloo. Of course, you're not going to be able to just replace a guy like that. And certainly where Waterloo is kind of standing within the rankings here, that doesn't help them get the top of the top of the top talent. But I think Laurier is going to have an experience of that as well. And I think the guys in behind, like a guy like Isaac Willis, who is looking like he's going to be the next guy to replace Taylor Elgersma, as good as he is, I don't think that he's going to be as good as Taylor Elgersma. So how well do you step into those shoes, and how well do you can try to continue that greatness that Taylor brought to that program?
Yeah. And as we mentioned, whoever it is stepping in will likely still have a ton of that talent, but it could be lessened, because when we think about some of the weapons that have made watching Taylor's days with the Golden Hawks so exciting, you have to first think of Ethan Jordan and Raiden Thorne. Raiden Thorne, that's someone you dubbed early in his career of having the nicest hands in all of U Sports. Ethan Jordan, part of a very small crew of receivers at the U Sport CIS level historically to rack up 1,000 yards in a season. And it's a classic chicken and the egg. And if people want to disparage Taylor or the Rex of saying, well, you played with one or played with the other, it's like, Well, it's you hate us because you ain't us, because when you put all those guys together, it was an explosive offense that again we put into conversations in the context of best offenses we've seen in this century thus far at the quarter mark into it. We haven't talked too much about the depth at receiver. Let's keep it Golden Hawk centric, just in the spirit of this being Elgersma's moment, this being the Elgersma draft, the guy that represented Canada so effectively at the Senior Bowl. What a great moment that was. Again, just sort of tearing down paradigms and breaking down people's perceptions of what a Canadian quarterback can do. He could very well be joined tonight, if not specifically in Winnipeg, but just in the draft, having his name called by the likes of Ethan Jordan and with Raiden Thorn as my TSN coverage switches over to a tightly contested Milwaukee Bucks Indiana Pacers game. I guess that's all for the live coverage. Again, folks, we'll be here all through the draft, following along on the ticker, assuming the ticker is actually keeping up, because it's not currently. Tom, this is not shaping up too well for us right now, but that's okay. It's not our fault. Let's talk about Ethan Jordan and Raiden Thorn, the two of the many aspects that have made Taylor's time at Laurier so spectacular.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk about it initially when we were talking about their CFL Combine, and some of the stuff that was supposedly a knock against them, in that idea of like, okay, well, how good are these receivers actually, or are they just getting unbelievable footballs thrown towards them by one of the nation's best quarterbacks and one of the best Canadian quarterbacks that we've seen in a very long time here? And I think they found out during the CFL Combine that both are true. Especially with a guy like Ethan Jordan, who had a lot of knocks, not just the same as Raiden Thorn, in that, okay, like how good is he really, and he's this and that, but also they're looking at Ethan Jordan. And when you look at the two, Ethan Jordan and Raiden Thorn he's got a few inches on him. He's got some length on him. He's got some extra, whatever there. So from that side of things, they start thinking about, okay, what does Ethan Jordan bring to the table? Well, he brings some of the best hands that you've seen. His route running was crisp as you could possibly imagine, and he really impressed a lot of people with his capabilities and his athleticism in that. So I think that Ethan Jordan and his stock certainly rose with how things were going in that CFL Combine.
And again, when we think about some of the talent that's been able to, make their way into the CFL draft of recent years, especially at that receiver position, we talked about what Kevin Mittal was able to do last year, joining the Argos and off the jump, having such an incredible time with the Philpott twins in coming out of the Calgary program, the impacts that they've been able to have. Again, just being able to show that, for these guys that, it's not a position where you have to necessarily develop and spend the time into it too much. You can have that impact off the jump. A guy in Deshaun Mims out of the Regina program, another who had a great impact, Tom. Yeah.
And somebody who is very, very well acquainted with having to guard some of those outstanding receivers that we were just talking about.
Oh my God.
The man who gets to go back home, one of the best defensive prospects that we have seen in so damn long. Jackson Finley joins us here for our CFL tracker. Jackson, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing great. I couldn't be happier. I'm ecstatic about the results, and I'm just super, super happy. I'm here with my family, so they're all super happy too.
Yeah, Jackson, just kind of seeing out the window behind you, I had a hunch you might have made your way back home already with the light shining through. Then again, congratulations to you. Congratulations to your whole family, as Tom detailed it, part of this incredible lineage stretching back generations now. Let's just start with the process, getting to this moment now, the stress of it all, the preparation that's so different from any other football experience, all the while yourself, especially being such a student first student athlete. What's it been like juggling all these things?
Yeah, it definitely involves a lot of prioritization. Of course, my main thing was finishing my undergrad, which I ended up doing, and I have a convocation in June. So that is something I've completed, which I'm super happy about. And then, it's been surreal, preparing for a combine, for the draft, preparing to play professionally. It's a really awesome experience. And although it's kind of been difficult to, prioritize everything, it's been really worth it. And I'm just super excited to take this next step.
Oh my goodness. Well, of course, I think everybody around, certainly around the Western program, when I had a chance to go down to spring camp, everybody said, yeah, we're not getting Jackson back. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. He's going out to the CFL. They're going to love him out there. But not only to hear your name get called, but to hear your hometown team get a chance to call you. Talk to me about that. What was that process like?
Yeah, I think that's one of the most surreal experiences I've had in my life. The hometown team, I've always been around BC Lions and stuff, and whether that be community football or high school, and those professionals that come by your high school and talk to you and all that. But when I hopped on the call, my family was around me, and they saw I was on the call. They thought I was going to Toronto, and of course, that's an amazing team, and they're all super happy. And after the call, I turn around to them and I say, "Nope, it's BC." And my mom, she started crying. Playing in my hometown is just what I couldn't ask for a better turnout.
Jackson, we often ask people who go through this process about just, how it was in terms of just dealing with the ups and the downs. Obviously, having members of your own family make that same jump, and also teammates like someone like Daniel Valente at the same position make the jump, and guys that were able to come back last year and play with you, thinking of someone like Mohsen Jamal and Richard Adu before, getting to go through that process before then coming back. What's it like in that situation where you have people close to you being able to sort of talk you through these, again, such a unique opportunity for a football player?
Yeah, for sure. My program has allowed me to grow not only as a football player, but get all these experiences secondhand from all these guys. And Dan has been one of my closest friends that I've met through football, and that was just a couple years playing with him. But the main thing that I've had throughout this process from them and from my coaches and my family is just be myself. So that's kind of the mentality I've had going into the combines, going into the interviews. And that's going to be my mentality going towards next levels. No matter what my family history is or what people's expectations of me are, I can only be my best self. So that's my mentality going forward. And I think that's something that if I put myself out there, then it's going to be really amazing to see what can happen on the field and as well off the field.
Mm-hmm. Something that I've been really interested in, obviously, you're getting the absolute privilege, getting a chance to cover your great career and seeing you in person, seeing you at East West and really getting into everything here, is that you don't necessarily play like a safety does, specifically with how much you're being asked to come on a blitz. There's a lot of times where, hey, there's a team that's going for it on 3rd and 1 and they need the big boys in. They take a safety out to put another linebacker in. You stay there and you showcase a couple of highlights. You stuffing Laurier into exactly some kind of those situations here. Talk about how you specifically in your game helps translate into being a great CFL player in the future.
Yeah, I think you're speaking a bit to the versatility that I believe I can bring to the table. And, throughout my whole life playing football, one of my favorite things about it is the physicality, is the tackling, is, you have to go 100% into somebody, else you're not going to make the play. And that's always been a huge part of me. And that's something that I think is a part of my game that might initially get looked over, because a lot of people are looking at, initially stats, PBUs, that sort of thing. How well can someone cover? And that's all great. And I feel like I can bring that as well as my tackling ability, as well as my ability to play in the box, to lead from the back end, as well as to lead through our blitz checks and our audible checks and all that. So with the various aspects of my game, I think wherever BC wants me and wherever I may end up going there, I'm more than happy to go, knowing that I'm going to make mistakes and just learning each day and seeing how my veterans can help me better myself as a football player and as a person and as a young professional. So yeah, in this next step, I'm just super excited to show off that versatility.
Well, and obviously you had the opportunity to learn from some great veterans in your time at Western, talking about someone like Valente Jr. But as much as people like to just talk about Western as, well, they get the best recruits, and you guys often do, then that's why you're so great. You have some incredible coaches able to mold you and put you in positions for you to reach the level of success that you are able to get to. And obviously, someone like Coach Gleason, who's been there for so long and is one of the true historians of the game of football we have in Canada, and just what he's done for that program and for just the game of football in general. Obviously, coaching, playing under Coach Forsyth and Coach Ido as well, more specifically at the DB position, but just getting to be part of this incredible legacy of Coach Gleason defenses with the Western Mustangs. What kind of impact did he have on not just you as a football player, but as a young man?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because Gleason really emphasizes the football player and the young man go together. And that's a big culture piece, and that's what makes our defense work. You know, trust is the word he uses a lot. You know, trust between the players and the coach to call certain plays, put people in certain positions. Trust between the players, and trust that if you don't know what you're doing, that you can talk to the person next to you and they can help you out. And just kind of that kinship, that trust in each other, really is something that I've gained through my experience with Gleason, and something that I'm going to continue to take to the next level, because it's an invaluable part that will impact more than just football in my life.
When you start talking about, obviously you get a chance, like you just mentioned, to play with a fantastic defensive coordinator there, but some of the other players that you've had a chance to play with as well. I mean, a guy like a Richard Adu before, or a Kojo Odum, and the linebackers like Riley McLeod, and all of that, the unbelievable defenses that you guys have been able to have here. Talk about some of the versatility that your entire team has shown, but how much fun was it playing in that Western defenses over the years?
Oh, it's unreal. And the fact that I've been lucky enough to play not only for Western, but in different places with Western, with some of these special athletes and special people. You know, I would start listing off my teammates, but I think it might get a little too long. I played with some outstanding teammates. You know, I'll just say a couple off the top of my head. Valente, obviously, was a great mentor to me in my first year, and a great teammate when I eventually was able to play alongside him in my second year there. And he's actually started to help more as a coach as well at Western, and just seeing his progression throughout my career has been amazing, and it's been a big tool that I've been able to use. Hannah Baker, you know, great vet to me, and just such a technical player, and emphasizing that aspect of the game. And you know, all these players I've played with, they really do encapsulate what it means to be a Western Mustang, with the culture. And you know, Brandon Murphy, I played with him. He was a will linebacker my second year. Unbelievable player. Doesn't get enough recognition, in my opinion. Bruce Moss, same deal my second year, weak side D end. So all these players have just made my experience so special, so fun. You know, I won't be able to forget those years from first to fourth, and all the memories that I made within it. And just so thankful to have been a Western Mustang, and now to step into that next side of my journey.
Well, just to finish that off with some of your teammates here, one of your former teammates, Jackson White, just comments, "Let's go, go Leaf! Congrats, Jackson."
That's right. One more year. Yeah, that's what they say. But yeah.
Jackson, last thing I just want to ask you about, because obviously you want to be celebrating with your family and everyone out there, and we don't want to keep you very long. And again, just thank you for spending some time with us. You mentioned about how important Valente was.
How are you guys?
He's got the BC Lions shirt on. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, you in
amazing.
the house, baby.
Jackson, oh my God, as we're joined by the whole Finley clan, you talk about the impact of having Valente, someone you got to play with and then fill those shoes. And though Western Mustang fans are going to be, you know, having to deal with your loss, you're not leaving the cupboard bare, as there's a young man that you got to play a little bit with in Thomas Silcox, London native, who got to spend some time filling in when Adu before, I think, was a bit injured last year. And he seemingly, from an outside perspective, is the natural fit to kind of try to fill those shoes. And obviously some incredible talent coming in, recruiting in terms of the recruiting class this year. But whether it's specifically about Silcox or some of those other guys, the younger guys that you've now had the opportunity to mentor and will perhaps Tom and I will get to talk to in a couple more years when their day comes. Who are the people that you can sort of, for the Western Mustang fans tuning in, that you can say, trust us, you are in good hands. These are the guys that are going to continue that lineage from Valente to yourself, and of course, all the other great Mustangs that have played and patrolled that deep middle over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. The defensive backs that we have it's a young group, but they've really just bought in fully to the culture. You spoke to Silcox. As different as me and Valente were as players, I think one thing we do share is the physicality, and I can say the same for Silcox. Love to get physical, love to lay a hit, and he took this year on. It's very hard to step in, especially in some of our schemes as a freshman, and play with some confidence. And he did, and he will continue to grow that confidence and his understanding of the playbook. And I can see him flying around for the next at least 3 years there, and he's gonna have a great career. I could speak to like 3 or 4 rookie DBs that we have that I know are going to make an impact, not even next year, but throughout the coming years. So I'm really excited to see that team grow. There's different players, but I don't think we lose a step into this next year. I'm super excited to see those guys flourish in the scheme that we have.
A couple last questions that I have for you here, Jackson, and then like Zach said, we'll let you go. First and foremost, I don't know if you saw it. Did we catch you at all with our G Marsh retiring post on April Fools?
My dad sent it to me. Yeah. So you caught him, but I had talked to him, earlier that week, and I wasn't buying it, But, yeah, you definitely got him on that one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Sorry, Pops.
Yeah. The last thing that I'll say, we just kind of heard this from the BC Lions themselves. I'm not sure if you saw it as well, but I believe the GM just kind of came on and said that you specifically gave one of the best interviews that he's ever seen as an entire time in the CFL. What does that mean to you, and what was that interview process like for you?
Yeah, the interview process, it's can be intimidating, but I think it gave me an opportunity to show them who I am as a person. And it's hard to see under the pads sometimes and through the film, but I think that's one of the key things is that culture piece. So what I try and do is just try and be myself in those interviews. And, there's questions, whether that be about my future and other careers and stuff. And, I love football and I'm committed to football, and that's something I want to do for as long as I can. And I made that really clear and just, speaking from my heart, and told them how excited this next step is. And, being able to play football without having to do school is actually something I'm really looking forward to, being able to watch that film and not have to do an assignment later. So, yeah, really just excited for this next step, and I let that be known to them. And yeah, I think the fit is perfect, and I'm super excited to go into camp in the next couple of weeks.
Well, Jackson, from a former Guelph Griffin and a former Master Marauder, as Thomas said time and time again, it's because of folks like you that make it hard to cheer against Western, because you're such a great dude on and off the field. We thank you so much for taking the time on your special night. Again, huge shout out to you and your family. Go enjoy it. Best of luck going into rookie camps.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All the best, Jackson.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care, my man.
See ya.
Oh my God. You talk about a dude that you just love to see you be successful. That's one of the guys who is right up there for me. That kid deserves every single good piece of news that comes his way.
Absolutely. And, again, for just that point he raised about getting to now just be a football player and not worry about school. Folks, again, this is someone who's taken all the courses requisite to be able to become a doctor in his future and excel in doing so. And as he mentioned, with his convocation coming up in June, just huge shout out to him. Just what a special young man, and just special night for him and the family as we got Pops on the air there as well. Again, shout out to the whole Finley family. They've been so supportive of us in doing what we do. So thank you again to them. Tom, I'm still not getting any updates from the CFL. I believe it's at moments like this we have to turn to Twitter or X to try to track down some news. Have you been able to follow and get anything coming on that end to be able to keep our listeners and our viewers abreast to everything happening in the draft?
Was trying to be as locked in as possible with Jackson because he's one of my favorite players, but
Yeah.
my God, I'm just trying to get things going here. The newest and most recent news that we should be talking about, the Saskatchewan Roughriders have selected Curtis Rourke in the
Okay.
CFL draft. So the next great Canadian quarterback has been taken off the draft and going to arguably one of, if not the greatest fan bases in the country, and certainly a team that has been starving for wins and to get back into relevancy is the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
And we obviously talked about already having been joined by AJ Allen as well, member of that team, that they also picked up one of our favorite talents on the offensive line side of the ball in Eric Anderson. Should have told Jackson to message Eric to text us back, but that's all good there. So a huge pickup on the offensive side for Rourke, as we talked about in the sort of fascinating nature of Taylor getting selected first. Now Rourke coming about, Rourke getting picked in the NFL draft by San Fran, Taylor's name not being selected. It's moments like this where I think that like anyone who thinks they know exactly how it all breaks down is lying to themselves on some level. Like is there anything to read into that by any measure that like somehow Rourke's a slightly better prospect for the American game and Taylor for the Canadian game, or just because Rourke spent his time at Indiana that there's that much more familiarity? Is it just that simple? Like, again, it's a weird thing to try to a weird square to circle or vice versa in some regards.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. Truthfully, I'm not surprised at the fact that Taylor got picked before Curtis did for a number of reasons here. Honestly, probably because I am biased because I love U Sports football more than anything in the world. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are absolutely equal, that Taylor would have been more value than Curtis would be, just purely because Taylor's playing in the Canadian game. He's used to everything that's here. Not that Curtis hasn't played in it. Obviously, he grew up in the Oakville area, played as a Burlington Stampeder throughout his time before going down to the US. But I think playing at a very high level in Canada specifically would help Taylor get over that edge a little bit here. And then obviously Curtis, with the opportunity, he got drafted, albeit in the 7th round of the NFL, but still was drafted to the NFL. I'm sure that's what kept him off of a few teams' lists, just purely because of that reason. Just to go through a couple of these quickly here, because Twitter is updated here. After we saw your Toronto Argonauts pick Paris Shand, defensive lineman from LSU, the Calgary Stampeders select Anton Hay, defensive back out of Laval Rouge et Or, Vanier Cup champions. Afterwards, my Hamilton Tiger Cats select Arvin Hosseini, offensive lineman from the UBC Thunderbirds, who I'm very, very excited about with the third round pick of and total pick 21. Next, the Edmonton Elks select Skylar Griffith as the 22nd pick. He's a native of Winnipeg. And then, as we said, Curtis Rourke to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. That's just a bit of an update for you folks here.
Well, and you know what? Talking about the Laval pick at defensive back, not just the prominence of that program, just generally speaking, but having a guy in Anthony Auclair, legend from that program, and then come back to be able to work with them that much more. No doubt a great pick. Laval pumps out talent left, right, and center. At this point, Tom, as we're kind of making our way through and try to sort of follow every which way we can, when we think about some of the names left on the board, when we look at, again, some of the guys that we were talking about going into this draft, talk about some of the great performers out of the combines and such, who are some of the names? And it's usually towards this section of the mid-draft where the picks come hot and heavy, quick and fast. Who are some of the names that maybe not surprised they're still on there, but sort of in the vicinity of, okay, now it's the time where we're going to see so-and-so and so-and-so come off the board?
Yeah, I think there's a number of players here that we're really interested in seeing. I think Joey Zorn, obviously being a part of that in that Canadian running back side of things, specifically Keanu Yazbek being in there as well. I'm interested to see when those guys are going to come off the board, albeit talking about running backs. Isaiah Knight has been drafted by the Edmonton Elks with the 24th overall pick, running back out of UBC. And with the 23rd pick, Gabriel Lassard. out of
Oh,
Montreal, going to Montreal,
Love it.
staying
Love to
at
see it.
home, which is an amazing feat in order to say that. So I'm very, very excited for both of those young men. But obviously, talking about Ethan Jordan, Raiden Thorne, and some of those guys that are still on the board here. There's a number of guys in the U Sports area that are going to be great picks that are going to be in some of these later drafts. But very, very excited for their potential as well.
Got us added into the mix. Coming to my Argos out of the Windsor Arrow, Esteban Acebo Dotsie from the Windsor Lancers. I love the pick, man. Let's go. Oh my gosh, another member of that secondary that had been so deadly on the corners with Robert Springer, and we talked about Ethan John, what's made that defense so special with Devin Veresuk in the middle there. This is like as hectic a draft to follow now as any I've ever tried to do before. If it's not banning us entirely from Instagram, it's pulling these shenanigans, not updating the CFL ticker, which is just, again, yeah.
Here's another one to the hammer. Somebody who's near and dear to our producer's heart, Mac Bannatyne, former York Lion, gone to the University of Alberta, going to the Hamilton Tiger Cats here with the 28th pick.
I love it. And again, if you are tuning in, first and foremost, thank you so much for sticking with us through our CFL Draft-a-Palooza that we've been having going. Oh, Salisu Bears going to Edmonton as well. Let's go! All right, this is kind of all right. This draft has become unhinged. Again, we are doing our best as far as we can tell. The draft ticker on the CFL website is not working. CFL, come on, guys, like let's go here. So we'll just be talking and just having fun.
Just gonna lose our minds every once in a while here.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if you're tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in, supporting us. As we talked about on the calendar, we got Red Black coming up next weekend, where we're going to be highlighting the best and the brightest future generation of footballers to come here in Ontario. The East-West Bowl is coming quickly thereafter. Again, all hosted at Waterloo Warrior Field. Shout out to Coach Bertoya for putting on such a great show. And Tom, though we're still patrolling this, you obviously had a conversation with Coach Bertoya as we were solidifying the coverage that we're going to be doing. And obviously we saw last year such incredible events lined up, from the coaching clinics to the panel that they were able to have with the championship coaches from each conference. And I'm sorry to pull your attention away from X as we patrol these drafts, but if you can highlight some of those incredible things just from talking with Coach Bertoya that's in store for people and why they need to get their tickets to go to not just the game itself, but so many of these incredible events that Waterloo's hosting that makes it just the mecca of Canadian football to go to.
You have to get out, especially not only to see the East-West Bowl that's happening here, but the coaches clinic that's going on at the University of Waterloo. You're going to have a panel from all four of the championship winning coaches. Not only that, you're going to get able to hear individual coaching from guys like our guy, Todd Stones Galloway, talking about the passing game. You'll have an hour-long conversation about power run from the grand poobah of power run in Greg Marshall. Along with that, there's an hour-long conversation on defense and the front seven from arguably the greatest coach in U Sports history in Glenn Constantine. I mean, whatever the price of that, the price of the ticket for the coaches clinic, pay it, and pay it immediately. This is going to be some of the greatest coaching minds in one room that you're going to get a chance to hear and listen from, and hear all of their stories and pick their brains. This is it. It's worth every single penny.
And again, we'll be there to the best of our abilities, covering it with our guys, with Royal Media. And the coverage that you were able to get from last year was so impeccable. And, you know, I can't, as mostly as an offensive line guy who played the position and who coaches it, thinking about what you were able to get of watching Coach Dan Durazio going through what he does with his indie session, who of course, passed away this past year, and leaving such a void in UBC football fans and the football community in general. And just, again, the fact though that you were able to be there in his presence, it just, again, such an immaculate thing. And thanks to our friends with Royal Media to be able to share that for people to still go and watch, because again, truly one of the best, and the timing of that being the year when he had Benedict and Manu going off to the NFL as his two star tackles. Just, again, showcasing the talent. You mentioned all those guys that are lined up for this upcoming year, and we will be there talking about the game, including in the red black game, as far as the future to come and just the names that we're going to be talking about in generations to come as well. Tom, we're getting any updates coming in yet?
We've got a number of them here. I mean, you talk about a guy like Silas Hubert going to the Edmonton Elks. I know
for
that we
sure.
were freaking out about that earlier, but my God, I'm just so excited for that young man. The CFL Twitter account is not updating everything as they come in because these are just so rapid fire. If you got something else, go right ahead.
Keanu Yazbek going to Montreal. There we go.
Oh, let's go.
All right. Running back out of
my
Western, for those who don't know. Now you know. Okay.
Yeah, and having a guy like Keanu Yazbek going to the Montreal Alouettes, you start talking about a team that's had such great success with Canadian running backs in particular here. I am just so excited for this in particular. Oh my goodness. Keanu Yazbek going to the Montreal Alouettes is an amazing thing.
You know, the thing that's perhaps the best part of the draft tracker not updating is it's reminding me that Edmonton also took Darian Newell, because that's where it's stuck with the 10th overall pick. So for the Elks getting to pick up Darian Newell and Silas Hubert out of Queens, I mean, what a pick. I got to know what the face is, though, for Tom. What are we dealing with?
Ooh, the Ottawa Red Blacks select Mufta Hekda out of my way, Mufta Ageli to our nation.
Let's go. Welcome home, son. Welcome home.
Hell
there
yeah.
There we go. Remind me, where did he end up going down south? Do you have it?
Yes, he went to Northwestern Oklahoma State.
All right. Shout out.
Shout out to the Rangers.
This is what the coverage is right now, folks. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're following along. I hope you're cheering for the Leafs right now as they can use it a little bit. We're still expecting a couple really exciting guests to be joining us at some point during the show. So please stay tuned for that. For everyone that's been with us and joining us so far, again, shout out to Avante McCoy, to Devin Veresuk, to AJ Allen, to Jackson Finley, and to our producer in Dakota Vine for making it all happen behind the scenes. This is, again, there's always some bumps along the way, but what a great celebration of Canadian football. Tom, what do you got for me?
Oh, I'm just laughing at the fact that Dakota Vine right now is working on all of our Instagram posts, and he's trying to be as quick, rapid fire as the CFL is going. And that is a very hard thing to be doing here. I am actively just swapping through every Twitter account for all of the CFL teams to try and just get this. Oh, let's go. Guy that I've been super excited about, another hometown kid, Seth Hundeby, linebacker from Saskatchewan, gets drafted by the Rough Riders. This is a guy that I've had a chance. I was watching him at East West, and I was watching him throughout the Can West. He is one of, my favorite linebacker still and foremost is Justin Pace. But Seth Hundeby, in the way that he plays, is another dude that you just love to see. He's just got a nose for the football and is an outstanding addition to the Rough Riders. What do you see?
Come on now, UAG receiver, U of Rex. Let's go. Vashon Genesis going to Calgary. Come on now.
Let's go. Oh,
that's what
let's
I'm talking
go.
about.
Yes, hell yeah. Vashon Genesis being in Calgary, man, that's awesome. He is another outstanding human being, another outstanding player, and I think he'll do very well at the Stampeders.
And is Clark still out at Calgary too?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so joining his former Griffin brethren in Clark Barnes out there as well. You gotta love the connection, despite the aerial attack not taking off in Guelph until recent years. Always pumping out those receivers left, right, and center. Love to see that pick. A guy that, again, embodied just the physicality and just the take the top off the defense type approach that you just love to have out of a kid like that. Again, folks, if you're not following the draft tracker while you're watching this, there ain't no draft tracker. So this is a full Twitter affair going on right here. So again, we appreciate y'all sticking around with us as we try to bring you as thorough coverage as we can bring. Again, it's ironic that the CFL Twitter account is updating on these picks, yet their website is still falling behind. Again, one of the many quirks that I guess makes CFL kind of interesting from that standpoint. Tom, trying to track who's available, who's still gone. It's kind of hard without the tracker. Obviously, we saw Keanu Yazbek get picked up more recently. Isaiah Knight's been picked up. You mentioned Joey Zorn still being on the board, possibly a name in the backfield that we could be seeing realistically anytime soon. The physicality he brings to the table and the success he was able to have in that program, catching the ball out of the backfield as well. Some of the guys like Oshinubu out of Alberta, even O'Shea Hosang out of Bishops is a possible guy. Riker Frank, our dude, maybe could get picked up once we start to get into the depths of the running backs draft eligible for this year. So again, to be determined as we continue to refresh these pages. Who we getting come in right now? Oh boy.
I wouldn't, honestly, there's a part of me I wouldn't have it any other way, my man. This is just Canadian football where you have to work your tail off to try to get any kind of updates as they happen here.
Just two bozos on a live stream, just refreshing a Twitter page right now. But again, to shout out to everybody tuning in who's been supporting our efforts. And again, give us a shout for any content you want to be seeing. We are going to be doing the top selections in U Sports, or pardon me, in the OUA going into next year. Should we just kind of announce the changes we're making to that system, just again to open up the doors for conversations? Well, in the past, and we kind of dropped the ball in completing the list, though there is a list there with names on it. We did finish up of the top 100 players from last year. We are going to bring it down a little bit to get more on brand, and we'll be bringing you the top 55 going into 2025. And it won't include any of the names that have moved on. So it'll be purely the top players that we think will still be in the league going into next season. We will be putting that out as we get towards the end of summer going into training camp. So it times up with the start of the season. So we're bringing it down to the top 55. As we mentioned, we have East-West, we have the Red-Black coming up, bringing you that content to get you towards the summertime. And as always, let us know what kind of content do you want us to bring your way, whether it's interviews, whether it's the live streams, whether it's the shows from the field, anything of that nature. We are here to provide you with the best U Sport content we can bring your way. Still dreaming of the day that we will go school to school during training camp in and out the 55 decked out van. We're not there yet, but we're still dreaming of it. That's what we're here for. Tom, any latest on the draft news here?
I see a couple of offensive linemen that have gone to BC. One of them being somebody who played in the U.S., Dre Dorian, who played at Kansas, going to the BC Lions, along with the Regina Rams, Connor Klassen, another offensive lineman, going to those BC Lions, and hopefully adding a little bit more to their protections there. I'm starting to realize that even the teams Twitter account are not updating as fast as how they're going in through here. So even that side is being difficult, but we are doing our damnedest here, folks.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting to see one of the two receivers out of the Laurier program get picked up, whether Ethan Jordan or Raiden Thorne. Still looking at guys like Von Muhldorfer out of Western. On the O-line, Claudia Moosen, still waiting to see his name get picked up as that pass rush extraordinaire. Now that, especially seeing Silas off the board now, could become more and more likely someone takes a shot on him. Trying to scroll through the notes.
Sorry, my friend. Let me just update you a little bit here. Hilariously, it's not 100% live as it's happening, but Sportsnet seems to be tracking this a little bit here, even though they don't air any CFL games. To go through the round so far, in the first round, Calgary Stampeders, you know what? Let's just start from where we cut off here. In the third round, Stampeders select Anton Hay, defensive back out of Laval. The Hamilton Tiger Cats, Arvin Hosany, offensive lineman from UBC. Edmonton Elks, Skylar Griffith, a fullback out of UBC. The Montreal Alouettes, Gabriel Lassard, linebacker out of Montreal. The Edmonton Elks, Isaiah Knight, running back out of UBC. Saskatchewan Roughriders with the 25th pick take Curtis Rourke, quarterback from Indiana. Montreal Alouettes, Hakeem Harris, wide receiver out of Davenport. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Ethan Viebert, offensive lineman from South Dakota State. With the 28th pick, Hamilton Tiger Cats select Mac Bannatyne, defensive back out of Alberta and the York Lions. Going into the fourth round, what we have so far on this list, The Toronto Argonauts select Gavin Coates, offensive lineman from UBC. Again, the Argonauts in back-to-back picks select Estevan Acibodazzi, defensive back out of Windsor, your boy. Then with the 31st pick, the Edmonton Elks select Silas Hubert, defensive lineman out of Queens. Calgary Stampeders after that select Nicky Alexander Ferrancino, linebacker out of the University of Montreal. With the 33rd pick, the Ottawa Red Blacks move the heck out of my way, Agelli, defensive lineman out of Northwestern Oklahoma State. And lastly, what they have so far here, the Saskatchewan Roughriders select Seth Hundeby, linebacker out of Saskatchewan as well. So that's a little bit of an update here in order. Not the most latest, but at least something.
You know, hey, Sportsnet, for those who don't recall the history of some of those media transactions, Score, you know, the terrific independent sports media outlet that used to bring us such great coverage, shout out to Tim McAuliffe, is what got absorbed under the Sportsnet brand as Sportsnet 360. Hopefully I have that right. If not, well, it's not my first time looking like an idiot here on our live streams or on our podcasts.
You are correct.
But again, having that familiarity, come on, let's bring a little competition in here, right? Because I mean, again, not the first time we've been less than terribly impressed by the coverage of our great game. Don't think I'm saying anything too out of pocket with it. So come on, Sportsnet, bring a little competition with it. You know, we're doing our part here to bring some coverage, and the more voices in this conversation, the better. So good on them for having, you know, a list of these updates, because, you know, the other guys are kind of lacking it a little bit.
Yeah. I am hoping that I can grab anything else that's going on here. But it's difficult here, folks. We are doing our damnedest. Here we go. Here we go. I believe that the live coverage is still going online on YouTube. I believe the 2025 CFL Draft is still happening there.
Okay. That would have been good to know a while ago, but here we go, and let's pivot. All right.
We've got a couple of other updates. Mr. Cumberbatch to the Red Blacks.
Okay, I dig it.
And Liam Hoskins to Saskatchewan. So hopefully we can get a little bit better here as things kind of go on. But we are doing our damnedest here for you folks. Let's see.
Well, good on them for keeping the coverage going via YouTube. I don't think that's always been the case. Did update the website too.
Yeah, we are still trying our damnedest in order to get as best as we possibly can. So I am we're sorry if there's a little bit of dead air here, folks. I know that doesn't make exactly for great coverage here, but let's not forget we started this coverage at 6 o'clock and are still going strong with no commercial breaks 3 hours into this.
All right, let's see who they're coming in with next.
Interesting. So one of our special guests that we were hoping for, here we go. In the 6th round, we have a bit of an update, including to the Edmonton Elks, Daniel Hosevar, offensive lineman from your York Guelph Griffins, my Guelph Griffins, everybody's Guelph Griffins.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's great to see. I'm very happy for that young man. Calgary selects a running back out of the University of Long Island with baby blue as their standard colors. Once again, folks, we are doing our damnedest in order to give you all of the latest updates. It's just this is a bit of a struggle for us.
So we're in the 6th round. That's where we're at.
We're in the 6th round.
Okay, 6th round. All right. So we got 2.5-ish rounds left to go. Okay. Again, without the hard list, it's making it a little difficult to track who we're still possibly waiting to come off the board. I mean, Hocevar raises the question about Pyle, whether he's going to go more of an interior guy. Often you see those tackles get moved interior as opposed to a true center get picked up. He killed it at the combines, but that's a little tough. Still have some QBs on the board between Desjardins, between Senecal, and between Tuchinski and Keegan Hall. Where would you sort of see those guys going in order, like kind of put need specific out the window, just as far as who brings the most to a program? Where would you be leaning towards?
Honestly, I think the guy who would be most pro ready in that style of offense that would be similar to what the CFL would do would be Arnaud Desjardins. I think that young man playing in the Laval Rouge-et-Or and playing in that system, I think he's getting the best capable or the best look at what it would look like to be a part of a pro offense. And I think he was the guy who really impressed a lot with how things were going in that CFL combine. Once again, you start to look at a guy who's got the size and the strength and that arm strength to go along with that, along with playing in a system that's similar, that would be a nice, easy transition into the CFL in that standpoint. So I think he's certainly a guy to look for. I think Jonathan Senecal, in certain areas, not necessarily struggle, but was certainly not in his real optimal play style, but just sitting in the pocket and throwing balls. I mean, some of the best plays that he makes are when he's able to get outside of the pocket, use his legs and run, and not necessarily run for the first down, but just run and get into those scramble rules and then find his receivers down the field here. I think Keegan Hall certainly has the capabilities to be that pocket style passer. I think there was a little bit more that they wanted to see from him, if I'm being honest with you. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back into the York Lions system, as we obviously documented that he's going to. And lastly, Jackson Tuchinski had a fantastic ability to showcase not just his arm strength, but also was out as a receiver and showcasing that he can be that athlete. He can make the transition like a Brad Sinopoli has. So I wouldn't be surprised on that side of things if you're starting to see something else pop up from there.
What a kick in the nether regions that'd be to the York Lions fans to have Keegan come to the program only to have him not play a single snap as he gets scooped up into the CFL. And again, a commonality all those guys have, I believe all of them were part of the CFL internship program. So you talk about pro ready. I think these are the efforts that teams are now making to now just develop the talent further within the U Sports level, increase the competition, and improve the product that is, coming out at all levels. Because again, we talked about,
with the 51st pick, the Ottawa Red Blacks select Ethan Jordan.
There we go, EJ. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Number 4, give me more. 1,000 yards. Again, like it's a small like brotherhood of athletes he joins being able to hit that mark. And again, just with Taylor being a guy that internship program with these other incredible athletes, as we talked about, Senecal, Desjardins, and the likes. You can even add in just as far as this draft class. We've mentioned Evan Hillock's name, but even guy like, Salas Fagnon out east and what he was doing during his time, what Noah Peltier with the Rams. Yes. Again, quarterback play is perhaps at as high a peak right now as we've seen with this generation, but again, it goes hand in glove that you're going to get some incredible receiver plays to go with it. And Ethan Jordan, what he was doing there for Laurier is second to none or few at the most when we look at the production he was doing there.
Yeah, 100%. When you start to look at What a great matchup it was with Taylor Elgersman, with Ethan Jordan, with how much they were on the same page throughout that entire year. I mean, I don't think you obviously don't get to 1,000 yards receiving for the first time in the regular season in Laurier football history without having an outstanding Dutch rifle to rifling you those balls. But I think that he showcased himself as why he was the guy and why he was the dude who was, you know, it was the only question mark in terms of the OUA MVP was which Laurier Golden Hawk is going to get it. And I think that they both showcase an outstanding ability and why they both deserve to be at the next level with the CFL.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, like we were comparing EJ to the likes of what Curly Gittens Jr. was doing for Laurier in his MVP campaign, shoot, 8 years ago, whenever that was. So again, he's in a high esteem in terms of just the numbers he's been producing. And obviously when you play for the same program, it's a bit easier and natural to make those comparisons. Tom, just thinking about some of the receivers that we've seen, obviously we've seen Vishon off the board now, Ethan Jordan off, some of the guys that were playing on the other side of the border. Thinking about the players who stayed north side, looking at guys like Daniel Weeb out of Sask, who we've seen at the highest of levels with how good that program has been over the years. Seeing a guy like Kasim Ferdinand coming out of Carleton. We've mentioned Raiden Thorne's name a few times. Samuel Davenport out of UBC's, a guy that, again, has had those opportunities at the national and national semifinal level. Throw in Braden Messeri into the mix as well. A lot of deep talent there. Who are some of the guys that, as we reach the sort of home stretch of the draft with 2 rounds and change left, that you could see coming off the board, or maybe some names I didn't even address there?
Yeah, I think that there's a number of guys who could still showcase a real outstanding ability here. I mean, you think of a guy like a Raiden Thorne who just has that length and has the catch radius. And it's like anywhere within 3 feet of his body, and he's coming down with the ball. I'd be really interested to see where he goes. I know that he was dealing with an injury near the tail end of the season, so I'm not sure if that's keeping him out of certain teams' mindsets here. But I definitely think that he's another guy to really be looking for. I mean, you look at some of the other guys from across the league here from the receiver standpoint, and even, it's difficult from the skill position side of things, I'll say, when you've got so many skill players who go down to the US and so many guys who come back up. And then not only just thinking about the draft, but how many guys they'll be able to sign who are Americans who are coming up to the CFL in that regard. So the receivers are probably the number one most difficult in order to just make your mark there in the CFL because of that reason.
Well, and we'll see where the Argos go with their next pick, as they're in line to close off the 6th round of this draft. And again, when we think about some of the receivers coming out of recent, you got to go back to Kevin Mittal's name with these Argos from last year. And it'll be an interesting thing to see what direction that they're going to go with this one. Tom, when we talk about Toronto, obviously we're still waiting to hear our guy Avante McCoy's name get picked up. We're still waiting to see if perhaps anyone out of UFT can get picked up, thinking about perhaps some of the receiving talent that they have out of there. When we think about, who we got?
Your Toronto Argonauts select running back Joey Zorn.
Let's go, man. That's how you get it done.
That's
loving
how you
this
end
draft
the
so
6th
far.
round. Let's go, man.
Again, Flint, Michigan's finest. If you're unfamiliar, I don't know the exact ruling of it, but because of the years he spent playing with Windsor, is able to get his national status. Much like John Edouard did with the Carleton Ravens a few years back with the Toronto Argos. Still, hopefully, I don't know his current contract status. And again, a great way that I know for some people, they feel as if maybe it pushes out Canadian talent. I think the way to frame it is just making the U Sport game that much stronger, increasing the talent, and then increasing eyes on. And I think it trickles down that way. And, we got, I think we've both had the opportunity to meet with Zorn, and just such a great young man and the attitude he brings to the table. This is a great opportunity he has now, the physicality and the multiple ways that he can hurt you coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, I think specifically being in a Toronto Argonaut style of offense, at least from the past previous years, they've shown a willingness to really run the ball. And obviously, they've got one of the best quarterbacks out there slinging the rock for them. But they're not just sitting back and saying, "Yeah, all we're going to do is just throw the ball, and that's our entire bread and butter here." They are willing to say, "No, we want to focus on making sure that we're getting this going. We want to focus on." Just committing to that run and making sure that defenses aren't just pinning their ears back and coming after you here. So I think Joey Zorn going to the Argos in particular, that's a great fit, and that I think he'll do very well out there.
And as we head into the penultimate round, oh, no, the draft tracker is not going to work for me there. As we head into the penultimate round, we're looking at we're looking at Calgary back on the board, Hamilton, Edmonton, BC, Ottawa, Calgary, Montreal, Winnipeg, and then Toronto, rinse and repeat as we then go into, or almost rinse and repeat as we go into the final round of action. Again, despite the website being down, shout out to the CFL and keeping the draft going on the YouTube stream. And thank you to everyone who's been sticking around with us. Thank you again to Avante McCoy. Thank you to Devin Veresuk, the number 2 pick overall, AJ Allen, and Jackson Finley, of course, for joining us to be able to talk about this experience from their vantage point as we again proceed into the tail end of this draft. And yeah, doing the best we can to cover the slow rate of picks as they're coming in. Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact there's something else that I just need to say here. One of my absolute favorite things about the CFL draft that happens here is getting a chance to see U Sports action on TSN. That just, my God, it's just so nice to see a TSN ticker and to see Ethan Jordan highlights and Laurier against Guelph and that outstanding game on TSN. My God, that's the dream to get back into a national coverage along those lines. So hopefully we can get something like that. But man, when you look at an outstanding class just of photos here, this is, or just of players here, and you start thinking about the receiving side of things. And I did remember a guy that I wanted to bring up, a receiver that I don't think is going to get enough credit for what he's able to do, but I think would do very, very well at the next level, is Braden Masseri, wide receiver out of Western. He's not necessarily one of those guys who's going to blow you away with speed by any means, but he's got a solid catch radius. He's tough as hell, and he's a baller. He's definitely one of those dudes who would say, hell yeah, sign me up to be a part of the special teams. Let me run down on a punt return. Let me run down on a kickoff, and I'll absolutely do everything I can in order to help you out and help you win. I think he's the guy that's going to be a hidden gem, let's say. He might go in this round or perhaps a little later on, but I think he's definitely going to be a guy to watch for.
Definitely. I love the toughness piece that you raise about him. And, speaking of toughness, and again, it's tough without the tracker to keep track, but have we not seen or heard Harold Misan's name called yet?
Ooh, I don't believe that we have.
I know we talked about him a little bit when Ojo went in the first, and just part of that defense. I know we've seen Gabriel Lessard go now. And I'm curious what we're missing here now, where we're seeing such incredible talent on the defensive side getting picked. We're still waiting to hear Kaladi's name. Hoskins is gone now as well. We're still waiting to see Von Muhldorfer. But in the linebacking core, I'm thinking about a guy like Riley McLeod, but Misan. I mean, this is one of the best defensive players in U Sports over the past 2 years now. I don't know if you were hearing anything as we were coming out of the combines. He was seemingly in full participation in the national combine. His track record and his award, history speaks for itself, both individually and as a part of a national championship team. Very curious to see where he's going to wind up. And it almost caught me off guard when I was going through the list of guys again yeah.
No, that's a great call. I do not know what what is happening with Harold Misan. I think that whoever decides to draft him, my God, you talk about a diamond in the rough. I didn't think that he'd be a diamond in the rough because his resume certainly speaks for itself. But that's another guy that I'm very surprised I haven't seen, and good call by you by pointing that out.
Well, we'll see what comes to pass of it as well. Still waiting to see if the Laurier defensive backs in Malik Cote and Jahari Hastings end up getting picked up as we go into the latter part of the draft. We spent some time talking about Delani Robinson. Remind me, have we seen him come off the board yet? I don't think yet we've seen. So for a draft that's been so heavily on the defensive side, specifically on the defensive back side, obviously Nate Boscheman and our guy Jackson Finley highlighting the group as well as some of those incredible talents that were playing on the south side of the border. And Eric Cumberbatch too. Yeah, what you got for me, Tommy?
We got a guy who's coming on, who's one of those
let's
dudes from your Guelph Griffins, my Guelph Griffins, everybody's Guelph Griffins. Number 11, one of the best wide receivers to come out of that university in a long time. Vashon Genesis joins the program. Vashon, how are you doing, my man?
Not too bad. Coming down now after all the emotions, but feeling good.
Well, take us through those emotions, Vashon. Obviously, this is a moment that you've been prepping for, that you've been anticipating. To actually hear it, see it come to fruition, no doubt can't match any of the actual visceral experiences of it. What were those emotions that you've been having to go through?
Yeah, honestly, obviously for the first 2 rounds was just sitting there waiting and a lot of thinking to myself, like, am I gonna go? Like, when am I gonna go? Who am I gonna go to? And then 4th round rolls around. Was kind of expecting to go then. It didn't happen, obviously. And then 5th round rolled around. Was waiting still, and then I finally got that call. Heart sank to my stomach, and then talked to the Calgary coach, and then pretty much let loose from there.
Oh my goodness. Well, I could not. You're certainly one of those guys that we were looking for who I really think can make that next jump into being a guy in the next level here, because not only do you have the speed, but you have the strength. And I've seen a few times you catch the ball, you wrestle it away from somebody, and then you're running down the sidelines, you break a couple tackles and keep going here. I think one of my favorite aspects of what you were doing at Guelph was they had you on end arounds. They had you doing a whole bunch of stuff rather than just being that speed back to just going down the sidelines. What did you think of your, certainly in this last year with
Right.
your Guelph Griffins and how they utilized you?
Honestly, I couldn't thank the coaches enough. Like they put me in a position to succeed. And I feel like with every opportunity that I had, I try to capitalize on that, because every opportunity is obviously like can only do so much. And what you do with that opportunity says the rest after the fact. And so having the coaches put all of that trust in me, and not necessarily center the offense around me, but center certain things around me so I can stay involved, whether that's in receiving, running the ball, or even blocking. Like any way I can have an impact and utilize my opportunity, that's just what I was looking forward to most.
And Vashon, I've said it multiple times with my former teammate and your receiver coach and Alex Charette coming back into Guelph, and you mentioned that whatever it takes to win mentality, and those are some of the things that I think made him so special, especially in the running game, that was able to unlock our running attack, and that it felt like you and the receiving core were able to embody those things. But specifically thinking about preparing for this draft, what was the impact of having someone like Charette as your coach who went through this process, spending some time in the CFL himself, and then also knowing that you're getting to join another former Griffin receiver in Clark Barnes, and
Right.
just having those conversations as you got prepared for it with Charette, and now knowing that you're joining Clark?
Right. So obviously, like you said, Charette was a guy who had been through the entire process, pretty much exactly how I have. Went to Guelph, got drafted, played a few years in the league, and then fortunately for us, he was able to come back to our program and kind of explain the ropes to us and prepare us for this moment, more specifically for myself. And having somebody like him in my corner was pretty huge, to be honest, because having somebody who's a receiver coach and a strength and conditioning coach, somebody who I can work out with, who I was and still am working out with my entire time leading up to the combine and to the draft. It was awesome to have him in my corner because, like you said, he had been through it all. So I was able to ask him those type of questions about the combine, what to expect, what not to expect, how to prepare for it all, and then going back to your comment about Clark, having him for the last 2-3 years that I had previously, and then now obviously be able to join him. It's incredible, to be honest. Couldn't be more happy about that situation, and I can't wait to get over to Calgary and learn everything that I can from him and pick his brain.
Well, when you start thinking about what you bring to the table here, obviously being not just a dude who has that speed and the catch radius, but once again, like we talked about, the strength that you bring to the table and everything else. Certainly, I'm sure there's going to start looking at, how can we best get you on the field right away and on the special teams side of things as well. How much of your training has gone into the special teams aspect of this, along with being a receiver?
It didn't just start with my training. Honestly, it's been going since honestly I came here in Guelph. I was told right away, even before university ball, if you want to play professional football, you need to play special teams. So that was one thing I put a lot of emphasis on. If it wasn't going to be in terms of offense and producing that way, so no matter wherever they, or whatever team or whatever coach or whatever they ask me to do in terms of helping the team, and if that's on special teams, I'll be able to do that. And yeah.
Deshaun, last thing I want to ask you, we had another former Griffin spending some time in the CFL, and AJ Allen joining us a few hours ago. And he talked about how one of the pieces of advice he would either give to his former self or someone preparing for the draft now is to, remember that you did the things to get you in that position, and kind of just keep that in mind, that you brought yourself to where you are now. And you've obviously earned the right to be having this moment right now amongst an incredible class of receivers, looking at obviously the two in Laurier and so many other folks that have made this such a special class. When you look at the talent that you bring to the table, what's the number one aspect of your game that you think will translate most seamlessly as you make your transition into the CFL?
I don't know if there's one specific aspect. I'll say this. At the end of the day, I'm a football player, and that doesn't necessarily restrict me to just being a receiver or X, Y, and Z. Wherever the coaches need me on the field, I'm going to execute. I'm going to take full advantage of my opportunity. And yeah, I'll put it as simple as that. I'm a football player. I'm not necessarily restricted to just one specific part of the field or one specific position.
I love it. That's very similar to what AJ told us when we were talking to him as well. So
Awesome.
from the same cloth, my man. Something
Great
about
minds
those
think alike.
Griffins. Something
Right.
about those Griffins playing in the next level, my guy.
Of
And
course.
listen, from our standpoint, it has been a genuine pleasure getting to watch you do your thing at Guelph. You've been honestly one of our favorite players to watch in your entire time here. I know there's a number of Guelph Griffin fans who are hoping that you come back for one more year here.
Yeah.
But I think with your capabilities, I think you really do have a shot to stay and stick at Calgary. I know we talked about it a little bit here, but when you get the call, you're around friends and family, you're around yourself. Like, what's the reaction like? Are you guys just losing your mind, popping bottles? What's that like?
Well, honestly, there was obviously a lot of built-up anticipation prior to, and didn't really, my phone wasn't too active prior to. But then once I got the phone call, all the chatter stopped. It went dead silent. I turned on the TV, picked up the phone. Everybody pulled out their phone and starts recording me and stuff like that. So I was just kind of taking it all in that moment. And yeah. Oh, somebody else on the team just got drafted, I believe. I think it was.
Oh, is that
Anyway,
even
sorry about
Pyle?
that. It might have been. We already had Dan drafted.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, hell yeah, man. That's awesome.
I hope so.
Let's go, man. Guelph all day. Well, Vishon, again, a testament to the receivers that have. Oh, he's going to the Argos too. Ethan Pyle's coming to the Argos. Let's go, baby.
No way.
Yes,
Argos?
sir.
I'm a Toronto guy, Vishon. You're a Windsor guy. Another testament to the outstanding football that comes out of that region, and the litany of great receivers coming out of the Guelph program. Tonight's your night to celebrate. So thank you again for taking some time to talk with us and everyone tuning in to share in this incredible moment. We wish you nothing but the best.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, my man.
All the
Good
best.
luck.
All right, guys. God bless.
Take care.
Take care. Oh my goodness, Tom. Well, first of all, Vishon Genesis joining us on the show was like one of the cooler moments that we've had in a very cool night. And again, congratulations to him. Some interesting developments in that time. And we have to go with the most recent there with your guy, Ethan Pyle, coming to my team in the Toronto Argos. We were just talking about how, for an interior, often we see those tackles get converted to interior guys. So for a true center guard type, you usually have to be pretty darn special or really impress in those meetings as that true coach on the field. He's coming to the big smoke. Talk about Pyle.
Yeah, he's a guy who you immediately look at and you say, hey, you know what? he looks a little undersized. He looks a little that, and then you start to see the road grader that comes out, and he'll take on a 320 pound plus defensive lineman, and a lot of times pound him into the ground with how his technique is, and obviously getting coached up by one of the greatest ever and Coach Mike McDonald here. I think that there's a huge capability here that for this young man to really start contributing pretty quickly here. I mean, you look at a guy like a Darius Sirocco. Oh, and just real quick here, as we're talking about this, with the number 65 pick, Ashton Miller, Melanson to the Calgary Stampeders, our
It's a
guy.
beautiful thing.
Could not be
Beautiful
happier
thing.
for that dude. But yes, just to finish up on Pyle, I think he's a fantastic offensive lineman, got a lot of versatility to play guard or center, depending on what they need. And I think he's going to be able to contribute.
And not the first center coming off the board, because before him, we had Alex Berwick, center for the Western Mustangs, getting picked up by the BC Lions as well. And we'd be remiss to not talk about Jonathan Senecal staying in Montreal, where the Alouettes picked him up. Gotta love that selection there. I believe the team that he did the internship program with the CFL internship. So obviously a lot of familiarity there. So a lot of action coming quickly as we're coming down the pike here. Oh God, I'm seeing that photo of Ashton the Calgary put out. That is awesome. So excited for that young man. He will undoubtedly do special things there. Just to go back quickly to what Vishon was saying, you pointed out right at the start. I love his response of just going into this, recognize all these young men could be going to this situation just touting all the incredible things that they've done, that Vishon could be saying, I am a receiver one kind of guy. I'm your boundary wideout. I'm your X factor guy coming in. And he comes in and he's just going, man, I play football. I play football and I want to be on that field doing my thing. And I love that attitude. And as you said, that's what AJ said is the difference between the guys who can stick and make it last and those who just don't have it.
Yeah, 100%. With having that mentality of just, I know I played receiver. I know I played a certain position here. And of course, I'd love to get back to that position. But at the end of the day, man, I am a football player. Give me an opportunity, give me a chance wherever I go. And I promise you, I will make the most of it. And I'll give you everything that I possibly have. And that's the kind of mentality that all of these guys love to see. When you look at a guy like that, who's going to have the capabilities to come out, man, I think Vishon is going to be one of those guys who contributes right away in his time there, and especially having all of those great people around him, like you mentioned, Alex Charette, and then going to Clark Barnes and his team with Calgary. I think that's a great fit for him, and I think he's going to do some really great things out there.
Absolutely. And Vishon joining an incredible cast of folks who have joined us tonight, making this night so special as we come down into the home stretch. Avante McCoy off the jump, Devin Veresuk, AJ Allen, Jackson Finley, as you just heard, Vishon Genesis, all happening with thanks to our producer on the show, and Dakota Vine, for setting us up. Shout out to the CFL for keeping the event rolling with the YouTube stream on the TSN YouTube channel, as we try to bring you the content of our reactions to it all as it comes quickly our way. We're approaching the home stretch here now, Tom. Traditionally, again, with it being, only the 8 rounds versus in the NFL going, with so deep with the just larger number of teams to draft with, in your estimations, with the nature of the smaller league to begin with, can teams get a little bit quirky at this point? Is it still just best fit, best available? What would you think would be when you're coming down the line here in terms of making decisions for these teams?
So I think in this one here, I think when you get into this setting, this is where all of those like sleeper picks come into play. When I had a chance to go out to the East-West Bowl last year, I had a chance to talk to some of the GMs that were there, and they say that, at the CFL Invitational Combine. And they say that, yeah, of course, if you really showcase and you do well, you'll get pulled from that CFL Invitational into the National Combine. But there's a number of times where a GM will see something that they really like, or they'll say, hey, you know what? I think we have a use for this guy on our team. And they purposefully won't bring him up into that National Combine because they want to try to save him. If nobody else saw him, then I'm gonna save him now. So in these later rounds here, especially in the 6th, 7th, and 8th round, that's where a lot of these gems come into play. We saw a little earlier here in amongst that list, and I can't remember who it was because I was so enamored with the fact that we had Vishon Genesis on the show, but Max von Muhldorfer gets selected as a part of that as well. And he's definitely one of those dudes where you start looking at Yeah, he's certainly lighter. He's on the lighter side of things for sure. But once again, he's one of those guys who is going to be able to contribute right away, and he's definitely going to have that capability there. Ooh, number 67 to the BC Lions, Lucas Stoikos.
U of T. All right, stand up now, Blues. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Oh, that's awesome to see in the 8th round.
Beautiful. And you know, again, just from the context of thinking about guys in the most recent drafts who have been picked up in the 8th round, in case you think it just becomes, you know, a bunch of also rans, the likes of, you know, a guy like Richard Dubois out of Western last year, Kalen Saint-Saëns out of Montreal, another incredible defensive back, Owen Hubert, defensive lineman out of McMaster, whose brother Silas obviously getting picked up this year, going back 2 years, thinking about President's Trophy winner or Defensive Player of the Year in Max Charbonneau out of Ottawa, and even going as far back as 2022, seeing the likes of Nate Edwards, a strong linebacker out of Mac, Zach Lindley, another great linebacker out of Western, and Daniel Amoka. Talk about a guy who really made his presence felt at the combine to raise his stock in that like. So, you know, again, talent through and through. And especially with this year where you had that influx of players that got the extra year with the COVID piece of it all, and then having the opportunity to push their draft class back another year. So, you know, again, we're going to end up seeing invites going to camps like incredible of a high caliber of talent, you know, OUA U Sport all-star type caliber getting sort of selected off of the free agent wire as we come down the stretch here. Seeing a kid out of East Texas A&M King Ambers get selected now. Tom, we're into the home stretch here. Again, thank you to everyone tuning in throughout the night into hour 3. What are we looking at as we come to the end here, Tom?
I think this is the time now where okay, we had our eye on some guys here, maybe some guys that we wanted to pick got picked by somebody else. Let's take a chance on somebody. It's the last round of the CFL draft. This is the time now. If we've got somebody who we think might be able to contribute, let's get them on the and let's try this out. So I think that I'm interested here to see where they go. Oh, once again, we've had a big theme of this as well, guys, in staying at home. The Saskatchewan legend, the wide receiver Daniel Weed goes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I love to see it. That's an awesome pick there. But once again, you know, a guy like Lucas Stoikos, who probably didn't get a whole ton of action or a whole lot of eyes on him, obviously impressed the right people with BC. This is the time to pick him up in the 8th round to see, you know what, you got a chance now. You're officially drafted. Let's see what you do with this opportunity.
And much like the way that we were talking about Avante McCoy, Stoikos, again, a multi-tool weapon on the offensive side of the ball, listed as a running back, but they'll line him out in the slot. They'll have him returning kicks. He's super effective. Just get him in space and watch him do his thing. Tom, I'm also reflecting on the fact that not only is Joey Zorn going to the Argos, but he is our at the 55 player of the draft right there. So we're going to have to drop some t-shirts or something like that to celebrate in this incredible moment where your adopted Flint, Michigan son and Joey Zorn gets picked 55 overall going to the Toronto Argos. Something special happening right there as we're down to the final 3 picks of the draft.
Yeah, a single tears just rolling down my cheek here for the folks who can't really see it. My guy, my dude, the guy that I've been singing his praises for the past 3 or 4 years goes number 55 overall. I mean, that's outstanding. Oh, with the 70th pick, Riley McLeod goes to the Montreal Alouettes.
Beautiful.
Outstanding. That's a great linebacker. He's a great choice for that squad. I'm sure he's going to do some great things out there as well.
And another guy, much like we said about Jackson Finley, who has people who traditionally hate the Western Mustangs, makes it bloody hard to hate him because he's a good dude overall.
A great
dude.
Oh, yeah. You hate it. All the Western haters just hate to see these guys because they're just outstanding human beings and you can't hate them.
Yeah, we'll have to see who they're able to fill those shoes. Obviously, the losing Max Nixon as well. If McLeod's sticking, you know, again, Finley being gone, you were able to see them in camp. You're saying they didn't miss a beat, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone to hear that and to think that's going to happen. And just, you know, at Max von Mildorfer into the mix as well. Just such a testament to that system they have there. And again, not just about who they bring in, but how they coach him up, buying into the system. And I loved how Finley acknowledge that piece with Coach Gleason of how, the young man, the growth of the young man and the football player go hand in glove, and you can't have one without the other. And you just, again, those are the types of things that you want to see from the coaches who are helping to develop these young men.
Yeah, absolutely. When you start seeing the development there and you start seeing the willingness and everything else, that's what makes our game so damn great, to be honest with you. It's why you and I are so passionate about wanting to cover this great game and give it everything that we possibly can.
Most definitely. And we are coming down to the home stretch. And again, shout out to the CFL for having the YouTube stream going. Shout out to them for getting the tracker somewhat backing up and operating on the CFL.ca website, though it's still a bit delayed, but it's more updated than it was about 20 minutes ago, stuck in the second round on pick 10. But that is A-okay. We're here to celebrate Canadian football. We're here to revel in all of the great journeys these young men have been on to be at this moment in their careers that they've been waiting for there. Well, darn near their whole lives. And again, thank you to everyone that's been tuning in with us the whole way through. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to everyone who's been joining us. And let's see how this thing wraps up.
I know that we reached out to somebody. We want to, we're hoping that we'll have somebody coming on soon here to be probably our final guest talking about his experience. But folks, for the folks that have stayed with us this entire time, I just have to say thank you so much. I mean, to listen to a couple of chuckleheads here talk about some football and try to riff a lot of times here while we try to figure things out and try to work with the CFL and the draft tracker for almost 4 hours, just constant talking and being online. We appreciate the folks that are tuning in, and we get the last pick, number 72, to your Toronto Argonauts, Demetrius Masuka, former defensive back from McMaster. Now,
do I get to claim him? Do I get to claim him as a Glove?
Yeah, absolutely you do.
Yeah, I'll take him as one of ours. All right, let's go, Demetrius. I'd like to see you rock the the red, gold, and black a little bit, but you look good. I'm sure he looks good in double blue. As we joked about, he saw the writing on the wall when they did that little inter squad scrimmage, Mac versus Guelph, and he knew where he wanted to be. But he's with the Argos now, and congratulations to him. Congratulations to again everyone part of this draft. Tom, I know as you said, we're waiting on a few folks here. The man
of the hour.
Oh my goodness.
the son that I never had, one of my favorite players to watch and to see him play, and of course the number 55 pick in the CFL, Toronto Argonaut. We've got Joey Zorn joins the program here. Joey, how are you, my friend?
Joe, sorry, I don't know if I could hear you there.
No, we can't hear you right now, my man.
Maybe we're on a Bluetooth somewhere. I love that he's all swagged out with the Argos going there.
Yeah, he's already got it, man. That's amazing. No, can't hear you yet, man. Hey, we've had technical difficulties all night. It wouldn't be out of shape for us to be dealing with that once again here. There he is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
all
we
right,
got you now.
all right, there we go. Love that intro, boys. I'm fired up.
Oh my God, Joey, I don't know how much you listen to the podcast or if you have it all, but I've been one of those guys who's been fanboying over you since day one, man. It's so awesome to get a chance to finally speak to you, and congratulations on getting selected in the CFL, my man.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I have heard your stuff, and I come in and people in my therapy room go, "Have you heard the 55 podcast today?" And what they said about you. So I love it.
Oh, that's amazing.
Joey, one of the things that we sing your praises about the most is that when you look at the way that you were part of that running attack with Windsor, the stats don't always jump off the page because you seemed so willing to just, whether it was Mambo or Christopher John or just anyone in that offense, be able to get the rush for the score at some point. It seemed to have just demonstrate that willingness and recognition of team success over individual success, and the whole being greater than the parts, or however you want to break it down. Like, what was it about, whether it was Coach Cercelli or whomever, that just got you to buy in and recognizing that you're going to be part of this incredible stable of backs, and just whoever gets the credit doesn't matter. We are here to do a job and win football games.
I think, yeah, like it comes first from the Cercellis and what they teach culture wise, just like loving the team, being about the family. Like it's never about yourself. Doesn't matter who scores. It's all about just putting points on the board. And then when it came to our running back room too, it was a bunch of selfless guys. Like all those guys, none of us cared who was scoring touchdowns, like who was getting the big plays. We're just thinking about like who can have the fresh legs to make that next play. Like that's all that mattered to us.
I mean, you start talking about that selfless play and that you want to make sure that all your guys are just winning in general. But I mean, year to date so far, or career so far, you've got over 2,000 rushing yards. So I would say that's nothing to sneeze at, my man. 8 touchdowns, and something that I've spoke about a little bit with Zach earlier here, and something that I'd love to talk about here with you as well, is that what I think makes you the most ready to play as a running back is your ability to catch the ball. I think in last year, we specifically saw you a couple of times. You got Mumbo in the backfield, and then you're out playing slot, and you're going out and running. And, you know, obviously, what was that process like for you being a wide receiver in that setting? But talk about how important it was to you in your game just to develop your hands and be a threat out of the backfield as well.
Yeah, I think in general, it's one of the biggest part of my games. I'm just an athlete. I just love to play football. So when coaches bring up like, hey, you know, we want this person to be here. Can you just go out of the slot like for whatever? And I'm like, oh, absolutely. Doesn't matter to me. And I'm totally comfortable like hopping in a wide receiver position. Like that's just another, you know, that's just playing football. Like it's not like, oh, this is a new position or anything like that. It's something I've always done. And yeah, it's always been a huge part of my game, just being an athlete. So
Joey, we saw your teammate in Devin Veresuk getting picked second overall. Huge moment, obviously, for the Windsor Lancer program, Windsor, Ontario in general. No doubt you and him battled it out in many an inside run period, team session, all the like. It speaks to the classic iron sharpening iron. You've had to deal with such a, like, arguably you've had to go up against better defenses in your practice sessions with Coach Donovan's defenses than you have to do week by week against some of these teams, whether it's about Veresuk in general or just getting to work with that defense. Like, obviously we didn't hear Kaladi's name called, but another incredible guy, your former teammate Mufta as well. Like, what is it like being able to know that you're going up against guys in your own defense who are as good and better than darn near anyone else in the country?
Yeah, I would say it, nothing against anybody at the combine, but I think it stood out when I went to the combine and playing against like all the other guys across. It's like, all right, we're practicing against the best defenders like in the league every single day at practice, and you don't really know that, so you go against all the competition across youth sports and whatnot. And then also like, every day at practice, like we're going against all those guys, and we're like, hate to say, like we get the shit beat out of us a lot, and we just got keep pushing and keep pushing, and that that happens, and you get used to it, and you get used to knowing how to, whatever iron sharpens iron, get better, know how to destroy that competition. So.
Well, let's take a step back. Obviously, we're talking about your time at Windsor and how you've been utilized there. Being somebody who's from the States, what brought you to the University of Windsor to begin with?
Yeah, so it's kind of a wild story, but my brother's wife's dad actually played. He was a safety at Windsor, and then he went on to play in the CFL for Hamilton and Ottawa. Both kind of just was like a special teams guy. And he's the one who ended up telling me about Windsor, and he was like, dude, you should be playing football here. Like, I don't know what you're doing right now. So then he told me about it, came over to Windsor on a visit, and literally just like talked to the Cercelli staff, and it was basically like love at first sight. Like, love those guys, and it was just like, okay, I'm not going anywhere else. Like, I do have to be here. Yeah.
Well, to just go off of that point as well, and we had a chance to talk to Devin about this as well. But what does it feel like to you, knowing where, I'm not sure if you were aware or not, but Windsor certainly not being in that fighting for OUA playoffs by any means, and then your class coming in, and I still remember this in 2022, your breakout game against the Guelph Griffins, where you go off, and that's where we first were exposed to, holy shit, who is this guy in Zorn? And to see that, and to see, what everybody thought, oh, this was a fluke, this was a, whatever, a big loss by Guelph. And then you guys continue to stack up wins. And now you've put Windsor in a spot where the expectation is that you're making playoffs and that you're pushing to get into that. What does that mean to you as a player who's helped change that program around?
I mean, it basically means everything. Like, probably a huge reason why Devin went there. He went there to help change the program around. And that's one reason why I fell in love with it. It's a bunch of grinders and people who want to build something rather than go somewhere and already have, a silver spoon in your mouth. So I would say it's a really gratifying experience. And the guys that they try to recruit and try to get there, it's a bunch of grinders. And that's kind of the culture we've built.
Joey, a couple of years ago, we had a fellow American, a Floridian, in Jonathan Edouard join us, played for Carlton, similarly like you, became a nationalized player, drafted. I believe he's might still be with now your new teammate with the Toronto Argonauts. And I remember talking with him, and again, you coming from Flint, Michigan, no doubt a bit different in terms of the perception of Canadian football, because it was very comical hearing him tell stories of what, his friends back home and growing up, their impression of football in Canada. Like, what's that all about? Obviously, being in Michigan, much closer, and having so close, being in Windsor of all places. But how is your impression of football in Canada, or perhaps friends, family back home, when they heard you were making this decision? Like, what was the impression when you made your decision to come here, and how has that changed as you've been exposed to some of the top talent in the country playing week in, week out in the OUA, guys that we've seen get their name called tonight even?
Yeah, I would say like the reaction back home was kind of like a really supportive. There's a lot of people that I would say, like, I miss playing football a lot. A lot of people miss seeing me play football a lot. And it was kind of more just excitement to like go somewhere and actually be playing again. And I would say too, like growing up, just a big football family. I wouldn't say we were like one of those people that didn't know about the CFL. We would watch it, whatever, like, we just love football. So we're just going to watch whatever football's on TV. So it wasn't something that was unknown to us by any means. And it's funny, I actually have my grandparents, they're from Saskatchewan and then moved down and moved to Michigan. So I do have a Canadian side to me that was dying to get out. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, I have to, while I have you here, obviously we're celebrating you as a person, as a player, getting a chance to get in here. But while we have you, I just want to talk a little bit about some of the outstanding games that you've been in. You talk about some of the playoff type atmospheres you played against the University of Ottawa, and having those long drives from Windsor to Ottawa and trying to get your mind right and trying to stay focused. What's that process like, driving 8, 9, 10 hours?
Yeah, that's getting to know the boys real well. That's how you know you love your boys. I always, picked a seat kind of close to the linemen. They'd be passing food around, so you're able to munch and stuff. And yeah, usually it goes by pretty quick with those jokesters.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, and you making your decision to go to Windsor, obviously an incredible offensive line room that you were, ingratiating yourself with. Joey, last thing I want to ask, you're rocking the Toronto swag already. Did you just have 9 sets of gear laid out at the house and you were just ready to go? Or did you have some insight, or what's the deal?
No, it's funny. It's just because probably like I've been to 2 CFL games. They're both Toronto Argonauts games. I just like went to them after the York, so I have just Toronto gear, and that was about it. So thank God it was
them. Oh, that's amazing, man. So I have to ask you, you get a chance, you get the phone call, you hear your name, like what's the reaction that you have? Are you surrounded by family and friends? Like, what's their reaction? What was that moment like for you?
Yeah, I had my parents, my girlfriend, one of my brothers, and one of his friends were all there, and we just kind of went on to have our own like personal thing. And yeah, we were all fired up. It came on the screen before we got the call, so it was kind of more like, holy cow, let's go. And everyone we were rooting for Toronto a little bit, so it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Well, that's amazing.
As a Toronto native, I can't express enough how excited I am for the pick. And Tom, despite his Tiger Cat fandom, I know will be cheering a little bit for the double blue this coming year. Joey, again, it's been so terrific watching your time with the blue collar gold swagger of the Windsor Lancers. And we look forward to seeing all the incredible things you're undoubtedly going to do at the next level. Thanks so much for taking some time out of your big night to join us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
All the best, Joey.
Take care, my man.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Tom, if that's not a bee in your bonnet finishing off this draft, having Joey Zorn on, I don't know how else we could make that happen. My goodness, what a great guy.
What a great guy. I can't believe that we get to end off an incredible CFL draft talking with one of my favorite players for the past 3 years in Joey Zorn. Just the fact that he listened to the pod or had guys who tell him down in Windsor what we were saying, that makes me just smile from ear to ear. What an outstanding young man. What an outstanding draft. And what another outstanding event that I got to talk with you, one of my very good friends, for 4 damn hours.
The feeling is absolutely mutual. You rhymed off the numbers that he was able to get, and gosh darn if he didn't get nearly half those stats against the Guelph Griffins. But hey, that's OUA football for you. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that's a wrap for us. I think we had a few other people we were hoping maybe able to come on, but we did our best. And again, thank you to everyone who joined us: Avante McCoy, Devin Veresuk, AJ Allen, Jackson Finley, Vashon Genesis, as you just heard, Joey Zorn. And thank you again to Dakota Vine behind the scenes producing the show. Thank you again to everyone tuning in for just supporting us on this journey. As we mentioned, next week on Sunday, we are in Waterloo to do the Red Black game, seeing the next generation to come of great talent here in the province. That's followed suit by the East West Bowl. Again, get your tickets out there, as Tom already highlighted, and frankly, I'll give you another opportunity to speak on it. Such a great series of events, not just the practices and the games, but the number of clinics and coaching clinics and panels that are going to be happening to make that all special. As we said as well, we're cutting down the top 100 to a top 55, but that'll be towards the end of the summer as we get into training camp for what's certain to be an outstanding OUA season. Tom, the East-West festivities, and then whatever else on your mind to close up this show.
Yeah, we're like we mentioned, we're going to be at the Red Black Bowl on May 4th. On May 11th, we'll be at East West doing our game day live as well, setting up that game. Both of them at the University of Waterloo. The coaches clinic that's happening on the Friday is one of the best clinics that I think I can remember. All 4 coaches, conference championship coaches from U Sports, will be there as a part of a panel to answer any questions that folks may have. You'll have one-on-one opportunities with guys like Greg Marshall, Glenn Constantine, Todd Galloway, Michael Faltz. I mean, you have to be a part of this. You're really going to get a sense of the outstanding capabilities that we have in Canadian university football and some of the best football minds in general. So sign up for that coaches clinic that's happening in East West, and you'll get a chance to see a whole bunch more content from us coming very soon.
So that'll be it, coming to you soon. So stay tuned. We'll be right here at the 50.